Hello. Wah. Give me a moment here. I've got a dog that's being weird. Being a little weirdo rascal. Rah. Anyway, yeah, we're gonna continue on with this, gotta get going. Hey, no. No bites. No. You little weirdo. Alright, give me a second here. I'm gonna adjust this. And I imagine the ad thing's gonna start pretty soon. Stop it. Yeah, that's it. Just bite your frickin' tail, you weirdo. You little freaking weirdo. Alright. Yes. Did you hear that, Nick? Did you? The Nickel Samurai, he did it. Yeah. He sure didn't he? From that little intro from Friday. Ugh. Give me a second. I need to go do something. Why now of all times? I swear, I'm told to do something every time I freaking start streaming. It's bullshit. Like, come on. I'm busy. Wah. What are you doing, Gunner? Anyway, whatever. Yeah, you sure did. I'm too old for this. Phoenix, you're like 25. Alright, yeah. You. I'm proud of the guy for doing the series justice. So the person everyone was cheering for, guess he got the prize? Yep. You know who we're talking about, right, Hurley, the Nickel Samurai? No, every Sunday I only watch the educational channel's Kids Masterpiece Theater. Oh. Okay, that's it. From now on, it's the Nickel Samurai. All the kids watch it. I mean, Edgeworth would probably have a couple things, but like, man loves the Steel Samurai, not Nickel. Nah, Nick's an old fart, so he's not allowed to watch it anymore. That's right, but I do like Kids Masterpiece Theater. I didn't know you were so young at heart, Nick. Mr. Nick, you're a grown-up. You're not allowed to watch it anymore. Oh, boy. Here we go. You're not supposed to act... You're supposed to act your age and have interests that match. You poor little girl. Your mother did a freaking number on you. It's very important. We need to get you out of that mindset, Pearls. Looks like you made the right choice in inviting everyone here. I'm glad you're all having a good time. Oh, it's like a dream. Too bad for the Jammin' Ninja, though. Last year, he lost to the Pink Princess Warrior of little old Tokyo. Right. Pink Princess. Right. This might be his year. Yeah. Oh, hey, did anyone else think that the Jammin' Ninja looked a bit different today? Different? What do you mean? Well, he wasn't carrying his bright red guitar. Perhaps murder is afoot. Hey, you're right. Strange he'd walk around without a signature guitar. I will never understand these people in their shows. Anyway, Mr. Powers, thank you very much for tonight. Oh, it was nothing. I owe you one, so it's just my way of saying thanks. Hey Nick, come on. It's time to get going to the lobby. There's a post-ceremony stage show that's supposed to start real soon. And then I heard there's going to be a press conference after that. Press conference? Is he going to make a speech about winning this year's prize? Well, not exactly. Something about the Nickel Samurai confessing something. Confessing? Sounds pretty serious. Oh, Nick, come on! You don't want us to be the last ones there, do you? Yeah, Mr. Nick, do you? Why me? The show doesn't even start for another 20 minutes! Thank you very much for inviting us today. No, it was nothing really. Guys like us don't get to come to a place like this often, so I thought I'd invite you all. Mr. Powers, what have you been up to lately? Well, since the Pink Princess successfully wrapped up last month, I've been on a kid's exercise show while wearing a rabbit mask over my face. Oh, I see. I'm still really sorry about the headache I caused you that time, Mr. Wright. Oh, well, what's done is done, so let's forget about it. Spills Powers, he's an action star. His popularity exploded when he was a Steel Samurai. And then all that shit happened. And he was the first case Maya worked on with me. It's too bad you look scary, or people know you're a real softie who's good with kids. Thanks? I can't believe they're going to make a movie based on the Nickel Samurai. I can't believe it either, but for a different reason. Steel Samurai, an epic story of one hero in a desperate fight against his arch-nemesis, the evil magistrate, in the city of Neo Tokyo. And last year they started a new series, the Nickel Samurai. The new series seems to be a hit with the kids too. Huh, I wonder why. Almost like it's very similar. I'm really attached to the Steel Samurai as a show. So I was hoping maybe I'd get a chance to do something in this new one. Yeah, it's too bad. It'd been awesome to see you with the new actor, Matt Engelhard. Matt. He's super popular right now. Mr. Engelhard? Xpro doesn't know who he is. This year it's gonna be the Nickel Samurai versus the Jammin' Ninja at the box office. Jammin' Ninja? Who's that again? So who's this Jammin' Ninja again? He's a hero, duh. His symbol is the bright red guitar he's always carrying. A ninja who's always carrying around a bright red guitar? How does that even work? With a scarf around his neck and a guitar in hand, he rises to stardom in an ancient time. Yep. Uh-huh. A ninja who becomes a star? Yeah, a ninja becomes a star. Strong rivalry between the two of them. Global Studios, Nickel Samurai, Worldwide Studios, Jammin' Ninja. They even air at the same time. You know what I heard? I heard those two don't get along at all. Nickel Samurai's Enguarde and the guy who plays Jammin' Ninja, I mean. Nickel Samurai speaks French? Oh, you mean Matt Enguarde, the actor. I think it's On Guard, actually. Because, yeah. I guess even the world of heroes isn't a sparkling happy place. Yeah. It's a thing. What is this place? Looks like I've stumbled into Oz or something. Way in the back, there's a sign for the bathroom. Maybe I should visit it while I can before the show starts. Toilets in each room in this hotel. It's all sorts of events are held here. There are bathrooms for people who aren't staying here to use as well. Or for people like me who can't afford to stay here in the first place. Having to survive and work and shit. Fuck. Juan Carita. His name sounds like a star's name. Heard it before, but I don't know anything about him at all. Yammering on. Sounds like the post-Samurai show is about to start. Alright, I'm so pumped. Wonder if he's gonna show off his special move today. Nickel Samurai Smelting! Actually, what I'm interested in most is the press conference. You mean the big confession the Nickel Samurai is gonna make after the show? So what is it? Don't you know what it is about, Mr. Powers? Well, I'm not the Steel Samurai anymore, so I don't have any idea. Bah! Sorry. Ah, so I guess you're all going to the press conference then. Yeah, of course. That's the case in here. Take these tickets so you can get in. Here we go! Huh. Only a really gaudy hotel would have such a large, gaudy lobby to match. I think they're going to have the post-ceremony show over there. He's on a compact stage, I see. Well, I'm all ready to use my special samurai power. Man, looks like she's ready to start a fight. Your attention, please. The Nickel Samurai's post-ceremony stage show will not be held tonight due to unforeseen circumstances. Murder! Ow, you didn't have to pinch me. Pinch yourself if you don't believe it. We're asking for everyone's cooperation at this time. So please stay where you are. This is a special request from the police. Police? Did they just say the police? You want me to go check out what's going on? Wait, I'll come with you. Freeze! You two, didn't you hear that announcement just now? It just finished telling you not to move. That voice, heard that somewhere before. Oh, right. Right. Wendy Oldbag's back. Right. Honestly, youth these days can't be bothered to listen to other people when they talk. Just the other day was the same thing. Uh-huh. Uh-huh, Wendy. Uh-huh. Just non-stop chatter. Can't be. This old bag? What is it, you young whippersnappers? Do I know you? Connor, what are you doing? Wait, you! You're Powers, aren't you? Yeah, about what happened back then. You didn't even get nominated this year, did you? Oh, that's right. You're doing that children's exercise program trying to play nice. Yeah, that's me. Thankfully I still have a job. I love that show and you're a hoot. Thanks, old bag. Thanks. Uh-huh. What are you doing here? Look at my uniform and tell me you can't tell him as a member of security. This whole getup. I don't think anyone would think that you're a guard or something. They think you're like a cosplayer. That outfit! Annoying noisy brats, get the blaster! Uh-huh. Cool. What do you want, Wendy? Miss Oldbag, what are you doing here? What happened to your position at Global Studios? Oh, that old place! Well, since that incident, they've been letting people go. Of course. Yay! When they cut the security team, I got the pink slip. What incident? What did you do? I didn't do anything, you youngin'. Don't you remember that incident a year ago? When this lady got on the witness stand and testified. Yeah. And you, weren't you the one who was bullying me, this fragile girl at heart? I plead the fifth. Connor, stop it. Leave her alone. But you know, I think maybe I rubbed the upper management the wrong way by testifying. Yes, that has to be it. Everything is all your fault. Me? I thought about being a bodyguard at first after being handed old Pinky. You? A bodyguard? For your friend, that fiery good-looking guy with the red jacket and the ruffles. Edgeworth. But... Gunner... Stop it. Leave her alone.
That sort of arrangement would be entirely too troublesome for me.
That's what he said to me. What did I ever do to deserve that?
You creeped him out? Duh? Hello?
Stop. Leave her alone, you goofy boy. So did something happen? I don't have all the details, but it looks like another one of those incidents happened again.
An incident? Like a murder kind of incident?
Maybe. You see, I'm a bit of a devilish woman. So whenever I go, showers of blood ensure to follow. Bet you didn't know that. Hey. Stop it.
Then shouldn't you quit being a security guard at least for other people's sake?
Silence, whippersnapper! Hey, Nick.
What is it? I don't like that devilish smile playing on your lips.
Let's make like we're going to the bathroom and check things out.
No way, the police told us not to go anywhere, remember?
Huh? How boring! Such a boring guy. You got no motivation, no spirit. Huh? What's going on? Are you giving Mystic Maya trouble again, Mr. Nick?
Not you two, Pearls. Please don't stick your little nose into this one.
So listen to this, Pearly. This one time at lawyer camp, Nick.
Okay, I get it. Let's just go take a look.
Yay! I knew you couldn't say no to me, Nick. That's right. You want over miles of hot coals from Mystic Maya, wouldn't you, Mr. Nick?
That would be every time we work a case together.
What are we waiting for? Let's go already. You can come along too, Pearly. Goody! I get to come. I get to come.
No. 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 There's nothing really out of the ordinary here.
Are you looking for the incident that the old lady was talking about?
Doesn't look like it happened here. Well, we'll better go look somewhere else.
Alright, then let's try...
Excuse me. Oh, there he is. Hello, Shelly. How are you doing? Have you murdered anyone recently? Of course you have. Are you by chance Miss Maya Fey?
Yeah, that's me.
You have a phone call waiting for you at the front desk.
Call? I wonder if it's someone from Kurine Village. What's wrong, Mystic Maya? Oh, nothing. You guys go on ahead and I'll be right there, okay? Okay.
Right this way, Miss Fey. Thanks, Shelly. Thanks for kidnapping Maya. 'Cause that's what happened.
Let's go look somewhere else now, Mr. Nick.
Yeah, okay.
It's a little exciting and a little scary. I told you. I get people the info they want, which means that I've got to write and know.
Nope, don't care who you are, pal. We're still investigating, so you can't go in.
What's your problem? Just you wait. It'll be all over the morning paper. Scruffy Detective's secret scandal revealed. You'll see, I'll get you back. Those two sound pretty serious.
That southern accent can only mean...
Hey, Rye.
Hey, Lotta.
Come on, do a gal a favor and tell this cop I'm just doing my job and got rights.
You! Detective Gumshoe. Hey, pal, how about call that guy out? Tell her that only the police are allowed here. This is a scene of a murder, so she should leave this to the Twas Pros.
A murder?
Ah, shoot. Me my big mouth.
See, I knew it. My gut instinct told me so. I always trust my gut. A murder, it said, and that's what it is. A genuine murder.
Hey, wait.
Yeehaw! A murder of a big star, no less.
Oh, man, I'm in trouble now. So, Detective Gumshoe, a murder? No, that's not it. I got my facts mixed up for a second there, pal.
Mr. Nick? Isn't that person Nickel Samurai?
Huh? What do you ask?
Well, Mystic Maya was rooting for him, so...
It wasn't the Nickel Samurai that got bumped. Actually, the Nickel Samurai is the one under suspicion of doing the bumping off.
What?
The guy that died was this hero named the Jammin' Ninja, pal.
Jammin' Ninja? That woman with the big puppy hair that looks like cotton candy.
You mean Lotta?
That woman. She was there that time too, right?
That time?
When Mystic Maya did that channeling.
Oh, that time. Well, Lotta's a journalist, so that's why she was there.
Journalist?
Well, she was hanging around here before the murder happened.
Hanging around?
Yeah, hiding and waiting in front of the Jammin' Ninja's door, pal.
Why would she...
She wouldn't tell me, pal. She said something about getting my big scoop. Scoop? What sort of news could she be after?
So the victim was a Jammin' Ninja? Mr. Jammin' Ninja?
He was on a really popular rival TV show to the Nickel Samurai.
Oh.
The victim was the action star Juan Corrida. He got a huge push and rode that express train to stardom. I mean, even I know who he is. Yeah, even I recognize his voice. I heard lately that Matt Engar's been talking to the wind out of his sail. I'm telling you, pal, as far as who's popular, these two are hogging all the limelight. Guess there's no space for Mr. Powers at all. Huh. Poor guy.
Mr. On Guard, that's the Nickel Samurai, right?
Yep, I mean, no! You gotta say one more oomph! The Nickel Samurai! Anyway, so now that Juan Corrida's gone, that means Mr. On Guard has the whole stage to himself, wouldn't you say? Yeah, I wouldn't bet on the pal. We can have that happen, you know.
Can have that happen? What's this supposed to mean, I wonder?
Presents. Photo, maybe? No. The Nico Samurai, he's really took the Grand Prix tonight.
Maya's a big fan of his.
Really? Oh, I'm sorry then.
Why are you sorry?
Matt On Guard was just arrested, pal. On suspicion of murdering Juan Corrida.
What? Why was Mr. Ungard arrested?
Sorry, pal, but that's not something I can tell you. We just started an investigation. We don't want any leaks.
Looks like yet another Steel Samurai hero is in hot water. Mr. Nick and Mystic Maya knew about this.
Yeah, I know. She'd make me take this case. I know.
Maya kidnapped, Maya kidnapped.
Hey, so what's going on, Mr. Wright?
Looks like Juan Corrida has been killed.
What? Juan, he's...
Looks he was murdered, and a suspect was arrested. That suspect is Mr. Matt Ungard.
You're joking, right?
Nope, they arrested the Nico Samurai on suspicion of murdering the Jammin' Ninja.
Ugh, not again. I feel sick.
Again?
About a year ago, something like this happened, Pearls. Still can't believe it. No way, Matt Wood.
Mr. Power's got in his hand.
Oh, before I forget, this is for you, Mr. Wright. I got this from the bellboy that came by earlier.
For me? But why?
I don't know. All he said was it was for Mr. Phoenix Wright, the attorney. Matt is the most energetic and active actor out there right now. Nico Samurai really sealed his place as a pop idol, but kept adding fuel to the fire of his rivalry with Juan anyway.
Mr. Juan, he's the Jammin' Ninja, right?
Those two would butt heads over everything they could think of. But I'd say that Matt was the one who almost always came out on top.
Yes, some people only know how to relate to others by butting heads like a ram.
Juan said that he'd take Matt on this time too, so he joined the rival TV show.
I was a Jammin' Ninja.
A stylish Nico Samurai and the burnin' Jammin' Ninja. Well, things turned messy real fast with those two using their shows for their war. Final tally, look around, it's pretty obvious how things ended up.
Matt even won the Grand Prix this year. Final win over his rival, I guess. Mr. Ongar was going to hold a press conference, wasn't he?
That's what I heard. If you wanted to get technical about it, it was the Nico Samurai's conference.
Nico Samurai's?
Yeah, he was supposed to wear his costume and get the press conference that way.
He was gonna be in costume? But why?
I'm not sure. They don't keep me in the loop anymore.
I was just wondering, where's Mystic Maya? She's been gone a long time. When she mentioned it, Maya was only going to answer a phone call. Maybe she got lost. I'll take a quick look around for her.
Here we go. Ah.
What is it, Mr. Nick?
Yes, it's Lian Twining. Lian Twining. Basically. They look very similar. It's coming from this transceiver. Hello, Shelly the Killer. Hello. Yes, hello, right here. Is this Mr. Phoenix Wright, the attorney? And you are? You don't need to know who I am. I think you have other things to be concerning yourself with, such as...
Help! Nick! It's Maya!
Maya? So, Mr. Wright, when do you agree that the more important issue is the fate of the girl? Her fate? Does he mean what I think he means? Maya, where are you? Are you hurt? Come now. Don't fall apart on me yet. No, this can't be. Now that I have your attention, Mr. Attorney, I have a modest proposal for you. If you do what I require, then I will return to you your valuable item, unharmed. What is this called again in your fancy lawyer terms? Kidnapping for ransom. Yes, that's it. This is a kidnapping. My sight, everything's fading away. Maya's been kidnapped. Are you there? Mr. Attorney, are you there? How much? How much do you want? Very good, Mr. Attorney. I'm glad you have such a good grasp of the situation. Hurry up and state your condition, and then return Maya. Money is not what I seek. What? What I want is a certain verdict. I would like a complete acquittal. Complete acquittal? What in the world have you done to me? I am not the person you will be representing. What? You are currently at the Gatewater Hotel, are you not? And I know that a murder has just taken place there. Juan Corito was killed, and the suspect is Matt Ungard. You are, as expected, quite on top of things, Mr. Attorney. Now then, what I want is very simple. I want you to obtain a complete acquittal for Matt Ungard. Matt Ungard? But why? He did not kill anyone. I can attest to that. However, yes, he did not kill him explicitly, but he was the one who wanted the murder done. You know. But that's for later. However what? However, someone is framing him for the murder. A very smart someone who is setting him up to take the fall. If I agree to do what he wants, can I believe he'll keep his end of the bargain? You are, of course, at liberty to take me at my word or not. However, there's one thing you can take as fact. Right now, your very precious item is with me in my possession.
Help! Nick!
Maya! You have 2 days. Of course, tonight he will be in questioning with the police. But the trial is in 2 days. At that trial, you will win a not guilty verdict. Remember, you only have one chance. One chance, Mr. Attorney. One? You expect me to get a not guilty in one trial day? Yes, exactly. I don't believe I was wrong in choosing you, so don't let me down. Ah! Oh yes, that's right. Now that I am playing the role of the kidnapper, I can't pass up this chance to say... And don't even think about calling the cops. Not great, but you get the idea. Damn it, who the hell are you? Very well. I'll tell you that much. My name is... The Killer. Shelly! Shelly!
Mr. Nick, where is Mystic Maya?
She's been kidnapped.
No, it's all my fault. If only I'd gone with Mystic Maya.
It's not your fault, Pearls.
But it is Mystic Maya.
Mr. Wright, I think we should tell the police what's going on. No, we can't do that. If we do, who knows what'll happen to Maya?
Sir Nick, what about the detective we saw earlier?
It's a gumshoe. It says it. Wait here, I'll be right back. Alright, I'll take care of her while you're away. What? Ransom! Shh, not so loud. A ransom is complete acquittal for Matt Ungard. Wait, the deal is complete acquittal in exchange for Maya, you mean? This means Matt Ungard is obviously the killer, pal! No doubt about it! The guy said that Matt Ungard is innocent. You really believe what a kidnapper tells you, pal? Yes, he has a point. If Ungard really is innocent, then why is the kidnapping? Above everything else, there's all this evidence we keep finding. Huh? Forensics team having a field day back there. It's strange. There's so much evidence that it feels like something's wrong. There's too much evidence? Is that possible? Actually, didn't the kidnappers say something about Ungard being set up? Anyway, looks like you won't be leaving here tonight, pal. Just sit tight and cooperate with the investigation. Tomorrow you can start the yours. Alright. Isn't there another way? You've also got to be careful about pushing the kidnapper the wrong way. You're right. Hey. And now the first Maya scene. Ow, my head. Where am I? Wonder if I'm still in that hotel. What happened to me? Nick, Pearly. Come on, you guys, this isn't funny anymore. I see you have awoken.
Ah! Who are you?
Me? I am known as the Killer.
The Killer? You mean like an assassin? Too young to die.
Don't worry. You are not my target. For now, anyway.
Nick, where are you? Help me.
Yes, that's right. Only one person can save you now. And that is Mr. Phoenix Wright.
Huh? What? Nick's going to save me?
Calm down and be a good girl. Think of this as a business transaction.
Business transaction?
I am going to contact him now. I hope you'll cooperate and play your assigned role well.
Nick, what's going to happen to me? Nick, Pearly. Sis.
Is this Mr. Phoenix Wright, the attorney? You don't need to know who I am. I think you have other things to be concerning yourself with, such as... I have a feeling they kind of would. Like... The way Shelly's character works is that, like, he's a very charming character, even despite his, you know, hitman assassin thing going on. Like, he's a very enjoyable character, regardless of, like, his occupation. But, like, obviously the first impression is literally just give him some voice acting and have him say good girl in the right tone of voice. Yeah. Like, that would totally get people. I would so see it. Good morning. Morning, Pearls.
Mr. Nick, Mr. Minute, come on, let's go see Mr. Unguard.
We have to wait a bit, Pearls. Visiting hours don't start until 9 a.m., so...
Oh, I see. Miss Maya, if only I'd gone with you.
Poor Pearls, she's been like this since last night. I managed to get home somehow yesterday evening. Thanks to Detective Gumshoe gently holding her by the hand and leading her here. By the looks of it, I don't think Pearls got any sleep at all last night.
Mr. Nick, Mr. Maya, she's alright, right?
Yeah, she's alright. Either way, I'm gonna save her. You can trust me on that.
Please, please, help her.
Only able to stay this calm and collected. I also think the split face thing... I also think this split face thing that he's got going on would kind of get people going. Like, it's a very... I imagine it's probably like a freaking scar that he has or something, like a... Based on his, like, job, I would imagine he probably got that from, like, a combat situation or something. I don't know. Something. Like, that has to be, like, a sewn-up scar or whatever. Couldn't wait for visiting hours to start, so Pearls and I came down here early to visit one Nickel Samurai, charged with the murder of the Jammin Ninja. There you are, you piece of shit. You and your smug-ass smile. Ugh. Good morning, how are you today? No, this situation might be a little tough for you. Where... Oh, sorry, dude. I already signed up. Excuse me? I already have life insurance. I signed up a long time ago because my job is, you know... Oh, no. We're not insurance salespeople. Really? Dude, I really don't need that right now either. Fire extinguishers, I mean. This building is in my house, so... Yes. It's him. This asshole. No. We're not here to sell you fire extinguishers either. The way she appeared. Just poking her face out. God. I'm a lawyer. My name is Phoenix Wright. She's gonna get you. Oh no. Oh no. Tokiko has appeared. Lawyer? Hold on a sec. I'm gonna ask my manager, okay? The fact that this is even allowed...
Nickel Samurai sure is a strange person, isn't he?
I think strange is an understatement.
Sorry about that. You're just in time.
Huh? His weird fucking wristwatch thing.
You're a lawyer, dude, right? My manager's looking for a good one right now, so how about it? Mr. Nick, this is our chance.
I have to make him let me take this case. I have to. Sergeant Truba, I would like to ask you a few personal questions. Bro's got an Apple Watch. Yeah. If I remember correctly... Hang on. Let me check real quick, actually. I think this is 2016. Because I know the first game taste was in 2015. No, we're probably like 2017. So that's not too far away. Give or take. That's okay, but dude, my autobiography's coming out soon, so... I'd say stuff without the publisher's approval, but then I'm gonna be in real hot water. Hold on a sec. I'm gonna ask my publisher, okay? I think the funny thing is... You got the frickin' antenna here. So you know exactly when this came out. It's a frickin' wristwatch flip phone. Just... You know...
Mr. Enguarde is so lucky he has so many people he can talk to.
I don't know if he actually has anyone he can really talk to. No way.
Sorry about that.
Like I thought, the publisher said it'd be real bad if I said anything, dude. Does he have a mind of his own? Mr. Enguarde, I would like to ask you about the murder. Oh, are you covering this for a tabloid as a side job, dude? What if you want my... Well, if you want my statement on this, you should ask through my staff. No, I'm not asking on behalf of a tabloid. Hold on a sec. I'm gonna ask the president of the studio, okay? Dude, please. Just talk to me, you fool!
Is he alright, Mr. Nick?
What about Mr. Enguarde's brain here? I wouldn't put my money on it. Sorry about that. Studio president said, even Neo Mount Fuji itself knows that I'm not the murderer.
Mr. Nick, what's Neo Mount Fuji?
It's a mountain on the city of Neo Tokyo, the city the Nickel Samurai protects. I need to show you my badge, don't I? Talk to me! Mr. Enguarde, this is an attorney's badge. Dude, I'm sorry, but I don't have the free time to be looking at things like that. Huh? I'm much too busy with the Nickel Samurai stuff right now. Oh! How? You're in fucking prison, my guy! You're in a detention center! You don't have time for that! Fucking bitch! I don't have the time to take a lawyer's correspondence course. What is to believe I'm a salesman? Insurance and extinguishers. Now, this. Mr. Nick, what are you going to do with that? I don't know yet, but I figured I could at least show it to him. That a transceiver? Hey, it looks like a real nice one, too. Yes, it does suck. I hate him. Not as a present from someone. Huh? Interesting. I've also been instructed to take your case. Is that what you heard from the transceiver? Yes. Dude, that's terrible. Don't let some disembodied voice boss you around. This is coming from a man with a cell phone at his wrist. What's that? Take it for the press conference. You're gonna give one after the winning Grand Prix, right? Huh? Me? Yes, while you were in costume, no less. I never heard anything like that, dude. I only heard about the stage show. I always leave that kind of stuff to my manager. He didn't know? That's odd. Well, dude, I think it's about time for me to get going. Please, wait! I really need to take your case. There's always other people in need of a lawyer, right? Want me to introduce you to a few? Please let Mr. Nick represent you. Man, oh man. Lawyers these days. Now you dudes use kids to pull in clients too? Don't take me as your lawyer, then the killer is going to... Wait, what did you say? The killer? The killer? What's he doing? He looks like he's mulling something over. Alright, dude, I can accept your terms. Huh? I'll let you represent me in court. Yeah... I don't feel any better for it. He doesn't look too happy either. Go ahead, ask me anything, I'll help you out as much as I can. Finally! You bitch! Man, I think my lucky stars that people know my name. Well, you're quite the hero, and you're in the national spotlight. I don't know who he is. Does that mean I'm not a good citizen? Ah, it's really great to be the Neko Samurai. Dude, lately I just keep on getting more and more popular. True enough. Neko Samurai is very popular among high schoolers and secretaries right now. Mr. On-Guard was a way of catching the eyes of women. Do you know my motto? Refreshing like a spring breeze. That's what I am. Spring breeze? That's why this kind of scandal is disastrous, dude. I mean, even if I get out of here tomorrow, it's still gonna look bad. Everyone loves a good scandal. Can you tell me about your activities last night? After I got the award, I took a break and went back to my room. I had that post-samurai stage show to do. So I was in my Neko Samurai costume. And you were alone the entire time? My manager was running around being busy, so yeah. Adrian! Adrian! Ah. Because of the press conference you were supposed to hold after the show? I told you, dude. I have no idea about any press conference, alright? That's strange. I thought the Neko Samurai was going to confess something. Anyway, when I was leaving my room, that's kind of when I noticed it was kind of noisy. Security was already dead at that time? Yeah, that's what I gathered anyway from my manager. I'm beginning to gather that this guy can't do a thing on his own. Or maybe that's what he wants you to think. That and, well, He kind of does that so he doesn't get the blame, you know. That's when the detective in the green coat showed up. He searched me, and then, out of the blue, the dude arrested me. About you and the victim, Mr. Juan Corrida. What sort of... That's got nothing to do with anything, dude. Man, with that face of his, you can't even tell he's the same age as me. He wanted to try to make a Jammin' Ninja movie, even though we all knew it failed. Knuckle Samurai still won in the end, huh? Yeah, that took the Grand Prix by storm. Excuse me. Man, excuse me. So why would I, the winner, have any reason to kill the guy anyway? Dude, you think it'd be the other way around, you know? Do you know why you were arrested? I guess maybe my full body search went badly. Did they find something on you? I found a button from the Jammin' Ninja's costume. Button? I don't get it either. Cotton in the pleats of my samurai pants are a Hakima. Dude, I really think someone planted it there, though. I'm serious. I wonder if that's what really happened. I guess this is about all I'm gonna get out of him. Mr. Nick? Yeah? Let's ask one last thing. Let's test Mr. Engar to see if he really is innocent or not. We can do that? Yes. If you use this. Aya's Magatama. He won't be able to hide any secrets from you, Mr. Nick. I'm sure of it. I get it. Mr. Ungard, I'd like to ask you one more question. Please answer me honestly. What is it, dude? Did you kill Mr. Juan Corrida? Please put the phone away and answer this question yourself. Alright, just so we're clear, dude. I didn't kill anyone. And that includes Juan Corrida, okay? Well, Mr. Nick? Nothing. Not a chain or lock in sight. However, just because we didn't get him on that doesn't mean he's not lying anywhere else. Because he didn't kill him directly. He ordered it. Because... fucking bullshit. Which means it's alright to trust him. For now. Yeah, it does appear to be that way. Well, at least I can breathe a sigh of relief knowing that my client is innocent. The trial's tomorrow, right? Counting on you, dude. Okay, now it's time for the actual investigation. Yippee. I'm pretty sure we get to meet Adrian for the first time. Well, at least we're able to get Mr. Matt Engar on our client, as our client. We know that he didn't do it, which is very important. So what should we do? The trial is tomorrow, and we only get this one chance. There's only one way to prove Matt Ungar's innocence. We have to find the real killer. Well, we already know that. We already know the real killer. However... That was for a completely different reason. What do you think you're doing? You can't come in without...
Good morning.
Well, it's you! What is going on around here? Heard poor Juan was killed. Is that true? It's a bad rerun of... is what this is. Another Steel Samurai doing the most evil of deeds. You know that's not entirely... I'll have you know that I was a huge fan of Juan's. Why, oh why do all the stars I mentioned and drop one by one like flies? Always been that way. Old bag, please! Actually... I want to ask you about the murder and what happened.
Don't push me, boy.
Can you please speak a little slower? Don't boss me around, you spiky-haired smarty pants! My dear Hammer died a year ago in that dreadful murder. And only recently did I finally find a star that makes this art go ba-dump again. I don't know what to say. I ask you, why does every star I cheer for always end up kicking the bucket? I'd watch your words. No one's going to get away with saying anything bad about my Juan. But I haven't said anything. Well, I don't believe a word that woman says anyway. Huh? What woman? That irritating backwater girl with the afro and the horrible country accent. I mean, what is that manner of speaking supposed to be? Why does she never stop? Honestly, women these days, they don't know the meaning of the word modesty. Ma'am? Pearls, are you thirsty?
A little.
Okay, I'll go get you some juice or something.
Thank you very much.
Are you paying attention, youngins, today? Oh, I'm guessing Miss Oldbag heard everything from Lotta. I want to ask you about what happened around the time of the murder. I don't know anything about that. I was here getting ready. Getting ready? For what? The show, of course. Well, in the press conference afterwards. Cue mysterious music from the magical press conference. Anyway, I don't know anything about the murder. Ah, I see. But if you're talking about what I saw, that's different. I saw it very clearly. What? I saw the most important moment of the night. Most important moment? You don't mean... Oh, so now you treat me with respect, you disrespectful child. When you speak to your elders, you should always be polite, really. Kids today. Please tell me, what did you see? Ah, yes. Oh, it's the first 4 lock. The murder last night was gruesome, wasn't it? But then what murder isn't? He's on straight on another tangent. Want to hear more? Then you show your respect and bring this lady a present. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Looks like the investigation's still in full swing. Hotel staff and the police are running around like a bunch of headless chickens. I wonder if we can do any investigating of our own in this kind of atmosphere. Well, gotta roll up the sleeves and try, I guess.
Hey, you're here. Been waiting for you, Mr. Lawyer.
Lana.
Hey, Mr. Cop fella. The thief showed his face.
Oh, boy.
What? Arrest him, put him on trial, find him guilty, give him the death penalty.
Lana, what are you doing? What are you doing? What's wrong, Lana? Are you feeling all right?
Look here and there and up and down the mountain, but it ain't there. So why don't you hurry up and give it back to me, you creep? What are you looking for? My camera! My camera! It's my lifeblood. I'm gonna die without my $700 camera.
Your camera?
Look, don't lots of people say the criminal always goes back to the scene of the crime? And looky, here you are.
Yep, here I am, faced with a lot of trouble.
Huh?
So you lost your camera.
It ain't no elderly camera. You buy it at a store and it's $1,600 brand new.
Didn't you say you bought it for $700?
I had a nice long talk with the guy at the store in about 5 hours, I reckon.
Ma'am, I think he was just annoyed with you and wanted you out of the store.
I made this itty-bitty scratch on it and the manager got all huffed up in the face.
Oh.
He gave me his talking to and was real mean about it too. He done made me cry at that. When did you lose your camera? Last night, after the murder happened. Must have been when I was busy running around looking into things. That's when I lost the sight of my dear, darling, expensive sweetie.
Lana, what did you capture with that expensive camera of yours?
I don't rightly know. I snapped a shot of anything that caught my eye. So don't remember. And besides, I couldn't get anything for my big scoop.
I wonder if Lana's missing camera is even connected to the murder. Lana, please tell me what happened. What you know about what happened at the time of the murder?
Well, from before the ceremony last night, I was hanging around here in this area. Yeah, actually, I was here until around the time Mr. Ongar was arrested.
What were you doing here?
You sure? You sure you went to school, city boy? Wherever a lot of heart goes, there's a store to be found. A big soup to be had.
A big scoop?
I told you before, I'm gonna be the best tabloid photographer the world's ever seen. Wrecking course, that means I'm always looking for the perfect shot.
I wonder what scoop she was after this time.
Although, I was also on the lookout for the other stars that were here. So, maybe I wasn't here the entire time.
Lotta, are you sure you weren't here the entire time? So you could take a picture for your big scoop?
Well, maybe I was, but that's what real journalists do. I got some juicy inside info, so I thought to myself, why not get a picture for proof?
What kind of story was it that you would hang around here? Two whole locks.
Oops, sorry, Mr. Lawyer. I can't be telling you that. Trade secret, you know.
Not again. Why does everyone have to hide?
Stopped, haven't we? Huh, yeah, take that, Mr. Lawyer.
That someone around here is happy. Miss Lotta and your I rule smile.
Where are we?
Mr. Matt Unguard's dressing room. This is our client's room.
May I help you with something?
It's her! She's here! Where?
You're Mr. Unguard's lawyer, correct? I gathered as much. I also looked for lawyers on my end, but to no avail.
How did you know I'm his lawyer?
You were just saying that he's your client. In a situation like this, the only person who would use such a word would be his lawyer. Wow. It's a simple deduction, really. The trial tomorrow in Mr. Unguard's situation is looking rather grim. So you came here, one step in your mad dash to find clues to build his case, correct?
Well, you're not totally right, but you're not totally off either.
It's really not the time to be showing off, Mr. Nick. I am Adrian Andrews.
Yay! Whoopee!
I hate to waste time, so let's get down to business.
Alright. She may be a small stature, but appearances can be deceiving.
I assume the first thing you need to know is what everyone's doing that night, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Then I will tell you. Before the awards ceremony, I had dinner with Mr. Unguard.
Hello, Shelly Pard.
In this very room, I might add.
Dinner? What did you eat? Yes, Franny's wife. It's her.
I told you, I hate to waste time with trifling details. If you take a look at the table yourself, you wouldn't need to ask me.
I bet she's a lot of fun at parties.
When the award show was starting, I headed for Viola Hall.
After the show ended, you came back to this room?
No, I had some small errands to run. I helped with the preparations in the lobby.
Preparations for the post-ceremony show, I guess.
It was time for the post-ceremony show. I came back to call for Mr. Unguard. After that, I went to visit Mr. Kurata.
And that's when you found his body, isn't it?
You're how strong through everything.
Yeah, she does seem to be mentally tough as nails. There's a soft spot under there. A little bit. So, about you and... Stop right there. You aren't seriously about to ask how Mr. Enguarde and I are related, are you? Sorry. I have no idea how you could choose you as a lawyer. Why did she have to go and say something like that? Sir Nick, calm down and hang in there. I'll give you a shoulder rub to relieve your stress later, alright? I already gave you my name earlier, but I'll add that I'm Mr. Enguarde's manager. His manager? Speaking of managers, did the victim Mr. Kurata have one? No, he did not. He didn't? Global Studios has a very different policy from Worldwide Studios, in that Worldwide Studios does not assign individual managers to the stars. I see. This industry is very ruthless and unforgiving. Actually, you look quite ruthless and unforgiving yourself to your poor partner. Dragging a little girl like her to places like this, honestly. You're wrong! I'm doing this to help Mystic Maya. Girls, calm down and hang in there, alright? I'll buy you a juice later, alright? You were the one taking care of the arrangements for this press conference, right? Yes, that's right. Mr. Enguarde said he didn't know about it. Is that what he said? Huh? Actually, I didn't know all the details either. It was a request from the publicity department. All I did was help out and do what I was asked. Oh, I see. I wonder about that. It wouldn't take her to be the type of person to do something without knowing the details. Presents badge. Giant bone sitting on the plate. I don't really like meat. There's something weird about this plate. Just gotta put my finger on what it is. Looks like the dishes left over from dinner. Dinner for two at that. Sure, they're Mr. Enguarde and Miss Andrews' plates. So they had T-bone steaks. What's with Global Studios and T-bone steaks? I don't know. Because it's happened twice. Some samurai-looking clothes on the sofa here. I think that jacket-looking thing is called a hoppy. Whatever it is, I'm sure something like that would have made a great souvenir. Maya would be absolutely thrilled. No clues here. It's probably Mr. Enguarde's suitcase. Someone who was only going to be here for the award show, and a lot of stuff. So he has about 3 days worth of clothes in here. SARS really are different from us, aren't they? To a degree. That's a bedroom over there. That's a bed? Wow, they really got big beds here. Alright. Guess we'll have to come back later. Then we'll go into the murder victim's room. Ah, right. I forgot about that. I forgot that Juan's room is just full of bears.
Nick, where are we?
We're in Mr. Juan Kurata's room, Pearls. Look at all those bears. Bears everywhere. It's also a hotel room, which means that, like, he brings this shit everywhere. He needs to have his rooms full of bears. The victim. Which makes this a crime scene, too. Oh, it's you. Yes. Honk honk. Hink hink. So what's happened? The kidnapper. Has he contacted you again? Not yet. He probably won't until we win Mr. Unguard's acquittal. You doing okay, pal? Hanging in there? I just want Maya to be alright. I don't have a lot of time left, but I'm gonna help you as much as I can, pal. Can you do that? Even if we want to look around the crime scene? Just this one. Special circumstances, right, pal? I'll even tell you everything I know. We gotta keep quiet. It's my neck on the line here. With how much they've cut your salary, yeah. Oh, that's right. I got you guys a map of the hotel, pal. Here you go, little missy.
Wow, you're giving it to me? Thank you.
Wouldn't want you to get lost in a hotel too big for its own good.
Mr. Nick, I got a map.
That's great, Pearls.
But Mr. Nick, I can't read what it says.
Whoops. Gumshoe.
Oh, there are a lot of bears.
Alarm clock ones, collector's editions, stuffed teddies, plastic models. It's pretty overwhelming. Is there a kind of bear he doesn't have?
There's even a few in the trash can.
Yeah, I get the feeling maybe the guy didn't really like bears.
Poor teddies.
Flashback! It's hard to bear with all these problems, Raoul. I don't think I want to bear with the trauma the last case caused me! Ah!
What's wrong, Mr. Nick?
Phoenix just looking in the distance, remembering Turnabout Big Child like, shit. Why am I remembering this? Help me.
It's so messy in here.
Rose really likes things neat and tidy, I take it.
There are a lot of electronic things in here that I've never seen before.
Okay, that over there is a watch, and you wear it on your wrist.
I know what a watch is.
Whoops. For a second there, I forgot it was Doggy with Pearls, not Maya. Hello, Mr. Grizz. How are you doing? How are you doing over there? This suitcase, there are so many things in it that I bet it barely closes. There's this clothes, a dryer, an electric shaver, a calculator.
Will all stars pack too much stuff like Mr. Kurata?
Ketchup! Looks like Mr. Rada had dinner last night.
This bottle, it's tomato juice.
We had a lot of food at the award show last night. I wonder if the stars had gone on stage after only eating a meager meal like this. So many bears!
That's a bed, right?
Yep, it's big, but it's a bed.
Oh, Mr. Nick, it's so soft!
Big must be a rarity for her. It's a beautiful wine glass, and there's tomato juice in it.
Ew, tomato juice. I don't really like it much.
Find a little bit on the table over there. It's probably where this came from.
Doesn't it seem weird?
What seems weird?
And everything else is scattered all over the floor.
She's right. Flower vase is broken and the makeup is strewn everywhere.
Why is this glass the only thing that's still alright?
Perhaps because the killer had a drink. All his cosmetics are scattered all over the floor. Probably where Mr. Kurata fought his assailant.
Where are these bits of glass from?
Flower vase, maybe? There are flowers on the floor, but I don't know what they are.
You don't know much about flowers, do you, Nick?
No. This is a guitar case, I guess. A little beat up, but it's still usable.
That's strange. The guitar is not here.
Maybe he forgot to bring it to the show.
Mystic Maya. She said the bright red guitar was the Jam and Ninja's signature item.
It's true. Huh? This guitar case is wet, but it's only wet on the top of the lid.
Yeah, there's no water inside the case. This is water, isn't it?
Bam, bam. Dun, dun. Bam, 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 bam. I guess. Do you know what the cause of death was? Well, technically the final autopsy report isn't out yet, but one look at the victim should tell you, pal. Should? Yeah, here's a picture. Step. There's a knife in his chest. Yeah, pal, that's a murder weapon. So he's stabbed to death. They're looking at the fingerprints down in the lab right now. Fingerprints in the knife? Yep. Looks like they're pretty sure they're Matt Unguard's prints, pal. It's bad. Real bad. Why was Mr. Ungard arrested? Because we had evidence on him. Evidence? Looks like the victim, Juan Kurata, really put up a big fight. Yeah, when look at the crime, you can tell. Signs of a struggle everywhere. Oh yeah, during the fight his button came off. Mr. Ungard said something about a button. Something like one of the Jammin' Ninja's button got caught in his Hakama. Well, that's not all. What? There was a witness, pal. That lady, Miss Oldback. Please, anyone but her. Prosecution has plenty of evidence to make a solid case. Not to mention there's something around where the Vic was that's a little off. Something that's a little off, as in that's for you to figure out, pal. Let's try to figure it out, Mr. Nick. Yeah. About this wine glass. Ah, so you noticed it, pal. Oh, crime scene was a mess, but this glass was the only thing that was untouched. You noticed that too, Detective Gumshoe? No, actually, Miss Von Karma noticed it first. Yeah, Miss Pearl's noticed it before me too. Hey, wait a minute. So that mean Miss Von Karma here is at the hotel? Yeah, she's around. Man, you're gonna be in so much trouble, pal. Especially if he catches you in here. Well, you can bet the instant I see her, I'll be running the 1,000-meter dash. Uh-oh. What's that beeping noise, Mr. Nick? It's time to go! I heard this sound somewhere before. It's Miss Von Karma. Huh? For some reason, whenever I hear that sound, she pops out of nowhere and whips me. I'm not thinking, but that's exactly what happened the last time. Sorry, I've got to make myself scarce later, pal. Rip. At last, you reveal your true nature, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Too much asked for you to be nice to me for a change. So you're the type to steal information from piddly hopeless detectives. That's very dishonorable of you. Ow! Don't you dare run away, scruffy McTrenchcoat.
I didn't think the detectives of this country could be this pitiful.
Detective, come over here for a second. Please stop! Stop it! Leave him alone! He's hurting enough already!
I feel better knowing at least you are man enough to face your punishment.
So scared he just froze up on the spot.
Mr. Phoenix Wright, you have soiled my perfect prosecution record. I'll never forget that.
Why is it such a competition, ma'am?
This time, victory is mine.
Victory's yours. Is that all this means to you?
What? Come, Scruffy. The investigation briefing is about to begin.
Yes, sir.
This isn't over yet. I swear on my family's honor.
Ow, what did she throw at me now?
What is this?
Well, I guess this means I gotta get back to the precinct now, pal. If you ever need me, come down to the Criminal Affairs Department, alright? If you can, try not to let Miss Von Karma see you. Alright. Give me 1 second here. Da-da-da-da. Okay. Oh, Mr. Wright, how are you? Mr. Powers, have you been here the entire time? Yeah, people connected to the murder aren't allowed to go home, let alone leave. Tell me a little more about the Nickel Samurai TV show. Okay. Yep. Right, it's a sequel. See, this time there are 3 Samurai Brothers: Aluminum Samurai, the Tin Samurai, and of course, the Nickel Samurai. It's a Love Y in Neo. It's a Love Y in Neo Tokyo. You see, wait. A love what? A love Y. This girl Cyan works at the tea shop and all 3 guys fall for her at the same time. Wouldn't that just be like a Love Diamond? Or something? A Love Square? I guess the Y shape is like the three brothers colliding over this one girl? I mean, I guess, but you could just say it's a square. Whatever. Anyway, Sayo's actually the daughter of the evil Strawberry Clan's leader. Sounds like an unusual situation, like Romeo and Juliet ×3. Yeah. Strange thing is, this sort of forbidden love story is really big with the office ladies. Yes, Pearl?
What happens next? I want to know. Miss Sayo, does Miss Sayo fall in love? She does, doesn't she?
Every Sunday at 8 a.m.
I'm gonna stop watching Kids Masterpiece Theater starting this week.
Can't believe she's really considering it. What's the Jammin' Ninja TV show like? Started from a remake of Old Moon, to tell you the truth. Jammin' Ninja, like the samurai shows, is geared towards kids. Story of a ninja who can't scale a wall, but became a big pop star anyway. What? He was a really lousy ninja, absolutely couldn't do any ninja things right at all. But boy, could he sing. With his trusty bright red guitar in hand, he took the ancient world by storm. Ninja with a bright red guitar? And then the final fight in the front of his beloved Princess Missola. Jammin' vs. the Muromachi 5. Suddenly, our brave hero catches a not-so-jammin' cold the night before Battle 3. Aw, that's too bad for him. Yeah. This kind of pop music-based love story is something high school girls really like. Yes, Pearl?
What happens next? I want to know. The Jammin' Ninja, will he be able to sing? What about Princess Missola?
Every Sunday at 8 a.m. Because they air at the same time.
Which show should I watch?
Can't believe she's really considering it. Hey, that's Miss Andrews. She's Matt's manager. Actually, I was interested in her for a little bit, just a little. Sounds like this time of woman. Are we even really surprised? What do you know about Miss Andrews? Well, see, here's the thing. I don't really know her, you know? Sort of a small rumor going around here right now.
Rumor?
Oh, if you're interested, I'd be glad to share what I know. He's so happy, he looks like a lion that's just found his next meal. Yeah. He's the other frickin'... He's the other visual novel lion man. Do you mind telling me about this gossip? Oh, so you are interested in it. I figured you would be. Yeah. Such a weakness for a similar gossip, too. Oh, really? You too, huh? Yeah, so take a look at this. It's like a tabloid Miss Oldback would read. Alright, let's see here. Jammin' Midnight Rendezvous? The mysterious yet beautiful manager of the stars, Miss AA. You see now, don't you? What? You can stop pretending to be in the dark, Mr. Wright. Juan Corrida didn't have a manager of his own. Which means if we're talking about a certain manager with the initials AA... Adrian Andrews? Yes, exactly. This is big news. But it seems kind of odd that woman, Miss Andrews, kind of with the biggest rival of her client? Ah, it's a wonderful thing that can only happen between two people.
Mr. Powers looks so happy.
He's just following along, not having any idea as to why he's smiling. Well, like the saying goes, one man's garbage is another man's treasure. Uh-huh. Hey. About those Cyclops.
Alright, be honest with you for now.
Then please tell us what you saw.
But oh, what a waste. Here I have a perfectly good chance to have a little fun at you youngins' expense. I am a little devil after all.
Doesn't that imply you aren't a good person? Alright, I'll give you what you want. Oh wait. Hang on. Hang on. To my dearest Wendy.
Okay, now I have it.
Here you go.
That's Juan's autograph.
Yes, it is.
It even says to my dearest Wendy on it. That's me, right? Right? My name is Wendy Oldbat, so that Wendy has to be me, right?
Well, it may say Wendy. Somehow I don't think Juan had this Wendy in mind when he signed it.
Oh, please give it to me. Let me have it, please.
I ain't let you have it just like that.
Yes, yes, I know. Then how about an exchange?
Wow, she must really want this autograph.
That was good enough for you. Fine. You win. Wendy Oldbag ready to open up her heart, all for my dearest Juan.
Yep, that's how you get her. That's how you get her. Autograph given to Wendy Dearest. What you witnessed.
I feel bad for you now.
Huh?
I'll tell you, I saw him that night. I saw him coming out of Juan's room.
You're kidding. Oh no. It was about 10 minutes before Juan's body was discovered. It was just coincidence. I was on my way to the toilet minding my own business. And did you tell the police? Well, of course. I thought I could get a gift certificate or two out of it, maybe. Gift certificate? I've been recruited again for that part of at the trial. You know, the trial tomorrow. This time you're gonna get it. I'm gonna work hard to get your client pronounced guilty. But Mr. Enguarde hasn't done anything bad. I don't care about details like that. I know he did. My dear poor Juan, and I just do. That yellow Betty chicken. Yellow Betty chicken? I wonder what that would look like. I trust my senses. I know when someone did something bad and I say he did it. What did Mr. Enguarde ever do to her to deserve this? What did Mr. Enguarde do to you to make you so... You don't know? That guy, he framed my Juan. Created that scandal that played for Juan. What is it? What's a scandal? I'll tell you about it after we get home, okay? Poor Juan led astray by the wiles of that vile temptress. So Nick, what do vials and wild temptress mean? How about we just listen to what Miss Olbag has to say for now? Okay, Pearls? So, Miss Olbag, who is this woman you're talking about? Adrian, of course. At least that's what you'd assume. Adrian Anders, of course. Who else? That guy shoved the girl onto Juan on purpose. Own manager, but why? I thought lawyers were smart. It was to create a scandal to make Juan lose face. That girl drove Juan into a scandal that dragged his reputation through the mud. Sounds like a pretty standard definition of scandal to me. What do you know about that anyway, Miss Oldbag? I'm one of Juan's biggest fans. Always out there gathering information. There's nothing I don't know. And you have proof that Mr. Enguarde did what you say he did? Next week's issue of a certain magazine says so. Of course, a tabloid. Next week, doesn't that mean it's something people don't know about yet? Why would Miss Oldbag have information like that? Where did she get it? Oh boy. Okay, Lotta, it's time for you. Lotta, will you please answer my questions? On the night of the murder, why were you loitering around the victim's room? I told you, didn't I, for my scoop. What I want to know about are the details of this scoop. That's not something I can tell you. I mean, that there's my bread and butter. Alright, then an unpleasant tabloid photographer looking for a scoop. I'm gonna say that you were looking into a scandal. Could it be that you, Lotta Hart, were looking for a break with a huge story? Perhaps an unfolding scandal between Juan Kurata and this person? Take that! This woman. She's Adrian Andrews, Matt Unguard's manager.
Humph.
The Nickel Samurai's manager caught secretly meeting with his rival, the Jammin' Ninja. It would be the hottest story of the season, wouldn't it?
Pretty good at this guessing thing, Mr. Lawyer. We can't just make up any old thing and think it'll make the papers. You gotta have backup.
Backup?
Yeah, you gotta have that. What's it, a new sauce?
You mean news source?
That's it. Show me something that shows that Huang guy had something with Miss Andrews.
This is an article from a certain weekly tabloid.
Chairman Midnight Rendezvous.
To the mysterious yet beautiful manager to the stars, Miss A.A. Miss Kurata didn't have a manager on his own. What's more, his rival, Mr. Unguard's manager, Adrian Andrews. She has the initials A.A. You saw this article, and then thought to take some pictures of them as proof. That's why you were looking around Mr. Kurata's door last night.
Wow!
You're looking into Mr. Kurata's and Miss Sanders' affair, weren't you?
You got it. I was gonna get myself a scoop by catching him in a secret meeting.
There's already an article about it in one of the weekly tabloid magazines. It's no longer breaking news.
What you just say? Finishers on AA, what kind of vague thing is that? There ain't no proof of nothing. People are gonna want to see real proof. Well, at least I do, so that's what I was doing. Getting photos. Well, at least,
Yeah.
oh. I'm gonna whip up the reader's interest with some gossip and a little misleading. And spice it up a little and have myself an exclusive story.
Wow, a lot of nice journalistic integrity you got there.
I'm already finished writing up my spicy article, you know. But the paper I wrote on my note to myself, it's gone. A note to yourself? It was inside the case of my 1600 camera, and they done run off together. I came here for my big story. Didn't come here to have my treasure disappear on me.
Yeah, I understand.
Did nothing make a gal go bonkers, I tell you. What's with people now anyway? I never thought I'd see the day when someone done steal something from me.
Really want that note back, huh? Got no idea why, though. The story on that note is probably a bold-faced lie. Okay. The Criminal Affairs Department. Even Gumshoe said they had an investigation briefing.
Yeah. Oh, he's back.
Oh, so you came, pal. Why the blunt greeting? Because there's nothing to be friendly about. Friendly or happy about. Oops. What do you mean by that? Well, things look perfect this time around. The evidence and testimony are airtight. We can't just roll over and die. We have to stay positive. So what do you mean the evidence is airtight? Can't give you all the details, pal, but there's 2 big pieces. 2? Both of them are in this photo. First is the button that's missing from the victim's chest. That's the button that you found during your body search of Mr. Ungard. Yep, I found it in the folds of the Nickel Samurai special pants. And the second one is... knife in his chest, pal. Fingerprints on the knife of his chest, to be exact. Fingerprints? Who are they? You don't even have to ask, little missy. It's obvious. They're Matt Enguards. Tomorrow's trial. Talk about being stuck between a rock and a hard place. So what about this airtight testimony? It's that old security lady, Miss Oldback. Thought so. What do you mean you thought so? Didn't she tell you something, pal? Well... I even told her not to open that mouth of hers and blab to anyone. Her blab knob is stuck on 10. There's no turning it down. Trust me. Well... This Oldback saw it, pal. She saw Mr. Edgar coming out of the victim's room around the estimated time of death. No way! Pretty interested in this little bit of gossip ourselves. Pretty... Scandal with Mr. Kurata, but why? Well, 2 years ago, a woman committed suicide. Suicide? Her name was Celeste Impax. And she was Juan Kurata's manager. Victim's manager? That's an all, pal. Miss Impact was Miss Adrian Andrews' mentor. Taught Miss Andrews everything she knew about the business from square one. Mentor? Woman who was both Miss Kurata's manager and Miss Andrews' mentor. Could her suicide have something to do with this case? You want to know more about her, pal? She was the victim's manager and was also Miss Andrews' mentor. It's been 2 years since her suicide. Now those two were linked again by another death. Or maybe it's just a coincidence, but... I'm getting sick of dealing with one foolish idiot after another. You can't seem to stop allying yourself with the enemy, can you? I don't need a traitor in my midst. You don't mean... I do, Scruffy. You have 30 minutes to get out of here. You are no longer needed. Goodbye. That's... Wait, please wait, sir! I don't get this much quiet. If it weren't for traitors like you... Oh my god. These fucking... If it weren't for traitors like you... Oh my god, shut up. I would have won. Is that what you want to say? Who? That voice. Edgeworth! Yeah! He returns! It's been a long time. Right. This person is Mr. Edgeworth? What am I going to do with you? Still blaming others when things go wrong. You haven't changed a bit, Franziska. You! How dare you show your face to me without a shred of shame upon it? You soiled the Von Karma name, dragged it through the mud. You even ran away with your tail between your legs like the ill-bred dog you are! Are you talking about the Von Karma family creed? To be perfect in every way? Then let's hear it, Franziska. How are things going? I hear you are having a rough time maintaining perfection in this country. You seem to be getting crushed under the weight of it all. That's why I came back. Keep your assumptions to yourself. I haven't given in yet. I won't lose. This case is mine. I'll never hand it over to you. Never. Mr. Phoenix Wright, I will see you tomorrow in court. It will be a clinical lesson of the meaning of total victory. Still the same wild mare she always was. I thought you, the prosecutor Miles Edgeworth, had gone and died. Mr. Nick! I never wanted to see you. I never wanted to see you again! I think that's enough of a warm welcome for someone you haven't seen in a year. Are you going to run tomorrow's trial? You heard her, right? That wild mare hadn't given in yet, it seems. So no, I don't think I'll be making an appearance. Your hatred for me is quite unhealthy, not to mention one-sided. But I will say one thing. You can't win on your own at the trial tomorrow. What is that supposed to mean? I have something definitive that you lack. And working together is the definition of teamwork. It's the power to find the truth. And this... This is what it'll mean to find the truth. This is what their relationship is going to be dependent on. Finding the truth together. Truth? In order to understand this case, you have to understand a certain truth. Well, if you ever feel the need for my assistance, it is available to you. I'm not in charge of this case, so I can be a bit more generous with information. What is going on inside his head? A lot of things may have happened. However, Manfred von Karma was still my mentor. And a perfect win record is the proof of a von Karma. 1 year ago, you could non-establish guilt in a few cases. Those losses the reason you suddenly disappeared from the prosecutor's office? You leave because you had lost your perfect win record? I think your motivation prosecuting trial was so selfish. It'd been better for everyone if you had never come back from the dead, Edgeworth. Phoenix! What the fuck? Give him a break, man! He went through the freaking trauma with his father a year ago. I see. Then let me ask you something. Why do you stand in court? What is your reason? Well, Franziska, she's almost always says, I will defeat you this time, the instant she sees me. But courtroom is not a personal battlefield for prosecutors and lawyers. I stand in a courtroom to defend my clients, to save their lives. To save your client, you say. Those who think only of their own ego-driven goals. Those kind of prosecutors are reprehensible to me. Even if you're a prodigy. Or someone like you, Edgeworth. It looks like there's still a lot you have to learn. A lot I have to learn? Me? Well, that's enough for now. The time when you will see is coming soon enough. That smug smile. He knows what you don't, Phoenix! This woman is another key to solving this case. Do you really think so? She was Adrian Andrews' mentor a long time ago. But she was suddenly called away by a different show, and became Juan Corrida's manager. And then, a few months later, Celeste Impax died. But her death was a ruled suicide, right? Yes. But there's still one little riddle we haven't solved. A riddle? Her suicide note. It went missing. No one could find it. So a note that just vanished, huh? Miss Impact's death was most certainly a suicide. Of that there is no mistake. However, we could not find her suicide note. That's when the police began to suspect that someone had hidden it.
Suicide note?
How do you know Miss Impax had even written such a note? There was no solid evidence, however. We did find traces of ink on her right index finger, which makes the likelihood of a suicide note very high.
Who would hide such a thing?
The police think it was Mr. Juan Corrida himself.
The victim?
He was the one who found her body, which makes him the only person who had the chance to hide her suicide note. Mr. Kurata hid his own manager's suicide note, but why? As long as her note is missing, any speculation beyond this is meaningless. For now, I think you should look this over. This is a suicide report, part 1 anyway.
Part 1?
I don't like to look through reports. I like suicide reports even less. First of all are the reports that have multiple parts, like that one. That has 2.
2 parts?
What you just handed me is the first part of the report. Here is the second part.
Second part of the report is about an attempted suicide. Attempter's name. It's Adrian Andrews. Miss Andrews? What did she do? She tried to kill herself? Doesn't seem like the kind of person to try to kill herself, though.
You think she's a strong career woman? That's just what she wants you to think. Adrian Andrews. She has a certain secret she always trying to hide.
Secret?
Her dependent nature. That's what she's really like on the inside.
Andrews, dependent? Talk about the exact opposite of what that woman is. What's this about Miss Andrews having a dependent nature?
Adrian Andrews' attempt at suicide was a few days after the death of Celeste Impax. And why did Adrian Andrews think about committing suicide? Because she had apparently lost her will to live.
Lost her will? Why would she?
Her pillar of strength, her mentor, Celeste Impax, was gone forever. That's why.
Why would she? That's what they call following someone to the grave?
After her attempted suicide, Adrian Andrews started attending counseling sessions. She is someone who needs a person in whom she can trust absolutely. And once she finds that person, she'll do anything she can to keep them near. Without such an anchor in her life, her crippling anxiety stifles her ability to live.
And that's the nature of her dependency on others.
When Celeste Impact suddenly committed suicide, the world before her turned pitch dark. That's according to Adrian Andrews herself. And that means her super confident attitude. It's all a facade. She's only copying her mentor's behavior to hold herself together. Terrible. Ah, the lawyer dude. So what did you find out? Well, still in the middle of investigating. I see. What, I've already told you everything I know, dude. What's wrong? How much do you know? What do you mean, how much? Mr. Lawyer, I may be your client, but I hope you will keep yourself out of my personal life. No, I would never. Now, if you excuse me, I have a lunch appointment I have to keep. You're in detention. Who in the world are you going to eat with? The security guard? Mr. Nick? Celeste Impact's lady. Somehow I get the feeling she is a very important person in all this. Yeah. Whew. Miss Andrews is here. Looks like she's talking with someone. It's Franziska von Karma. Miss von Karma? What are you doing here? Well, you see, I'm his lawyer, so... You got some nerve following me around. Following you? That's you, Miss Von Karma. You're the one doing the following. Pearls. Who's following after that Mr. Detective with a little beard? Me? Following after Scruffy. Don't make me laugh. Let me show you something interesting, little girl. What is that? An electronic receiver. I planted a tracking device on that detective. And with this, I know that fool's every move. So that noise we heard was this receiver? You're really sorry for poor Detective Gumshoe now. Now then, let's stop wasting time. Adrian Andrews. Yes? Think hard about what you just discussed. Understood? Alright. are those two talking about? Miss Andrews, she seems a little dazed, doesn't she? Here we go. I'd like to ask you about this. I asked to become Mr. OnGuard's manager. He's a pleasure to manage with his nice disposition. Mr. OnGuard does seem like a rather weak-willed man, always doing as he's told. He's always saying my manager, right, Mr. Nick? How many ideas as to why Mr. Kurata was murdered? Why would you ask me such a thing? I'm just doing my job, so do you have any ideas? Here we go. Miss Andrews? Sorry, but there's nothing more I have to add to this conversation. It's time to go. Why was Juan Kurata murdered? If you ask me, I think you know the reason he was killed. Why are you hiding things? Don't you realize you're putting Mr. OnGuard's life in danger by your actions? Why do you ask questions for which I have no answers? The truth is, I was not that close to Mr. Kurata. We're not that close? That's right, I've never been good at being intimate with another person. Somehow I highly doubt that. Take that! You and Mr. Kurata had an intimate relationship, did you not? Silly third-rate tabloid article. If you have even half the wits about you, you wouldn't believe such rubbish. Seems quite a few people have already bought into this story. As we expected in a world filled with crooks and liars. Note to self, stay on our good side. In any case, I despise interpersonal relationships like that. I see. However, what if there was a need for you to get close to someone? Me? Need to get close to Mr. Kurata? As if there had ever such a need. Didn't you get close to Mr. Kurata for this person's sake? Take that! Celeste Impacts, your mentor. How do you know about Celeste? Miss Impacts. She committed suicide, didn't she? But it looks like no one knows why. Right before her death, she was Juan Kurata's manager. So I believe you got close to Mr. Kurata so you could find out more about her suicide. You have a great imagination. You may have a future yet as a slimy muckraker for a future third-rate tabloid. Excuse me. Miss Andrews? There is no mystery surrounding her death. None. It'd be pointless for me to force myself in a relationship for nothing. Is that really true? There's really no mystery at all? I don't believe you were completely at ease when her suicide was resolved. Yeah. Miss Impax's suicide note was never found, was it? Looks like the police were under the suspicion that someone had hidden it. Like maybe the person who discovered her body, Mr. Kurata. Juan? And Miss Andrews, I believe you thought the same thing. This is why you became intimate with Mr. Kurata. Sat by quietly and listened to your insulting ramblings long enough. It's true that Celeste was my mentor, however, allow me to say this again. It had nothing to do with me. I didn't even know that her suicide note was never found. A person who doesn't care about what goes on in the lives of others. It's the impression you'd like to give. However, I don't think that's who you really are. What? I have evidence that says otherwise. It's proof that Celeste Impax is someone very special to you. Miss Andrews, you nearly went through with it too, didn't you? With what? Ending your life. Miss Andrews, you look and act like a very strong woman who has it all together. You don't ask for anyone's help, relying only on yourself. I've been very independent ever since I can remember. However, that is all just a lie, a facade. You've always searched out people on whom you can depend on. That's... You were dependent on Miss Impax, weren't you? Which is why, when she passed away, you lost everything you had. Stop! Celeste passed away so suddenly like that. I died a death of my own, but no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't stop thinking about what had become of her note. I must have heard about the police report. The one that said the police suspected Mr. Kurata of hiding Miss Impax's note. You heard about it and thought to recover it from him by getting close, am I right? If that's the case, then everything changes. What do you mean? What topic did we start this conversation on again? It was why the victim was killed. Exactly. Somehow, Miss Andrews, it seems that you have become the one with a reason to want Mr. Kurata dead. Me? Miss Impax was everything to you. And then she died. And you would not do anything to... You would do anything to find out why she killed herself. Even commit murder. Murder? I know that she's already not the killer, but like she could have had the motive there if that were the case. It's true. I'm a woman who can only live in insecurity. I'm physically small and I don't really have a lot of self-confidence. I pushed against all that, though. Tried to live strongly. I never wanted anyone to find out the truth. Andrews, this one thing, it's the one thing I wanted to take with me to the grave. It's my secret, mine and mine alone. I'm sorry. You probably think I'm a worthless human being right now, don't you? Please, Miss Andrews, all I want to know is the truth. After Celeste passed away, I heard that someone had hidden her suicide note.
And that someone was Juan Kurata. Celeste. Without her I became scared. Everything. Everyone seemed like they were out to get me. So you got close to Mr. Kurata to recover Suicide Note, correct? So that tabloid reported the truth after all. Ironic, isn't it? Well, like they say, where there's smoke, there's fire. They purposely add fuel to the fire, they keep the celebrity world burning. And as for the Suicide Note, I didn't, and I wouldn't kill anyone for it. It just doesn't suit me, that's all. It's enough for now. I still have work to do, so... I understand. Well, I have one small favor to ask. My attempted suicide, I'd like for you to keep it a secret. Miss Andrews. If people found out about my weakness, I would sooner choose to die than live. Alright, I understand. We'll keep it secret. Andrews, I guess she's the overthinking type. She probably never says anything without it carefully thinking it through first. Thank you for discretion. Mr. Nick, can I ask you something? What is it? Andrews has been playing with that card in her hand since a little while back. Card? Yeah, I guess she has. Andrews, what is that card you're holding? Huh? Oh, this? I don't quite know, it just suddenly appeared in my handbag. What is it? It looks like a seashell? Shelly! Shelly! That's what it looks like, doesn't it? Honestly, don't remember owning this card. I wonder where I picked it up from. Not remembering something clearly, sounds like it would be a rare occurrence. I must be off. I leave Mr. Ungard in your capable hands. I think we've gathered about all we can. Oh, Mystic Maya, is she alright? Bro, she looks like she's worn out by all this. Hasn't slept at all and hasn't been walking all over the place with me today. What's wrong, Mr. Nick? Go back to the office for a little while. You're really tired, right? Oh no. Okay, really. I'm fine, I really am. You don't look fine to me. Ooh. So, what now? Well, we did find one thing out for sure. Miss Andrews has a motive. But is it true? Stretchy, stretchy. I mean, Isparek's suicide note. That's right. He was also the one to discover the victim's body. Clever. Mr. Nick, the transceiver. Hello? Ryan Co. Law Offices. Mr. Attorney, you're not answering a phone. Maya, where's Maya? As I promised, I have not gone within a few feet of her this whole time. Phew. Which is why I suppose she is absolutely famished. What? So I guess you win a quick acquittal, my friend.
At any cost, would you agree? Wait, Maya, let me hear her. Very well.
Ask my is that you? Sis, ask my sis.
Maya, damn it, he cut me off.
Miss Maya said, ask my sis, didn't she?
Sis? What does she mean by that?
Come on, Phoenix. You're a hopeless one.
Sorry. Yeah!
Mia! I have a message from Maya, so come. Ask me anything you want about her. How's Maya? She's safe. For now. That kidnapper is one to keep his word, it seems. Now that hear she's safe, but Mia, how did you know? As soon as she locked up, Maya called for me. I read the note she left. Then I gathered as much information about her surroundings as I could. Didn't know you could use spinner generally like that. Pretty smart of her. Kidnapper, what's he like? I don't know. Apparently, Maya went to answer a phone call at the hotel and was drugged there. And? She didn't see the face of her attacker. Maya's locked up in a very dark place right now. I'll tell you everything I heard when I was with her. When you were with her? I'm starving. Really go for some apple pie. I mean, at a time like this, sweets are the only way to go. In a time like this, sweets are the only way to go. I have to stay positive. He promised he wasn't going to kill me. I'm not going to die. Sis, I wonder if you're with Nick right now. Someone dropped a card here. And it looks like a business card. There's no name on it. It's a picture of a seashell, I think. A strange card. Drat, it's locked. The store's log seems easy enough to open. TV the hero always uses a plastic card as a stiff piece of cardboard. Then click, they magically open the door. There's a card like that around here I could use. That's it. The shell card. If I use this, I can get the door open. This might be my key out of here. Feeling this card might be useful. Such a genius. Alright, now if you'll excuse me, Mr. Kidnapper. I did it! Okay, now I'm getting the heck out of here. Shouldn't keep Nick waiting. Or worried. Alright, now
it's time for pain. Adrian did it? That's what it looks like. Oh. I just noticed what was going on outside. It's snowing. Well, looks like rain, snow. The stuff is definitely covered right now. We got snow. Give me a second here. Okay. What are you doing, kitty? Okay. Hey, we need to move. Okay. Dude, no way that woman could do anything like that. Court today, there will be a mountain of evidence that will implicate you. Mountain of evidence? Certain there is someone out there that is trying very hard to pin this whole thing on you. Please, Mr. Lawyer, dude, like I said yesterday. I'm refreshing like a spring breeze, alright? Can't let any sort of scandal ruin that. I understand. Well, it's almost time. Here. Must get a complete acquittal today. I know. Can't focus on my situation right now. Pearls either. No matter what, I have to focus on winning this case by the end of the day. Indeed. Well, let's get going. Tim. This is right. Good morning. This is it, Mr. Attorney. The day of the trial. Wait, she's unarmed, right? Well... When I checked on her earlier this morning, she seemed a bit, how shall we say, tired. Don't worry, people don't die that easily. Besides, what you really should be concentrating on is winning today's trial. For my sake as well as yours, you must win today's trial. Which is why I sent you a little present this morning. Present? What in the world would you want to give me? You'll figure it out once the trial starts. And even if you don't like my gifts, I expect you graciously accept it and win today's contest, if you please. Wait! Ken ever sent me a present. Mr. Lawyer, who is that? No one. It has nothing to do with you, so forget you heard anything. Dude, did your nose just get longer? Court is now in session for the trial of Matt Enguarde. Are the prosecution and defense ready? Defense is ready, Your Honor. I say, Mr. Ray, what happened to Miss Von Karma? I don't know, Your Honor. Why are you getting mad at me? Your Honor. Please be quiet, bailiff. Court is in session. You must tell me something. Please keep it brief. Now then, what is it? Prosecutor Von Karma has... Morning, Miss Von Karma was shot by an unknown gunman. What? Shot? Somehow. I think this is the present that man was talking about. Yes. Because he wanted to make sure it was a definite win. His present. Miss Von Karma is one of the top prosecutors in the country at the moment. If she were to disappear, it would be to your advantage. This is totally insane! Miss Von Karma, is she alright? I don't have that answer. She's alive in an unstable condition. That's good. Phew. I thought he'd show up. Your Honor, due to the circumstances, Miss Franziska Von Karma cannot appear in court today. I, Miles Edgeworth, will be taking her place. The prosecution is ready, naturally. Miss Von Karma was shot in her right shoulder and is currently undergoing surgery. Luckily, I have looked this case over and familiar with the details. The prosecution seeks to prove the guilt of Mr. Matt Enguarde. The court acknowledges the prosecution. Right. I finally found the answer I was struggling for on my long journey this past year. By the time this case comes to an end, you too will know the answer. Like father, like daughter. Yep. They both got shot in the damn shoulder. Except... she will actually end up in a better place. She will become a better person, unlike her father. Now then, the prosecution would like to call its first witness. Please bring Detective Gumshoe to the witness stand. Witness, your name and occupation. My name's Dick Gumshoe, sir. I'm a detective down at the precinct for now. For now? After this trial's over, I'm supposed to turn in my badge, sir. Yeah, it's even in the same shoulder. That's what we call the Von Karma effect, I guess. Detective Gumshoe. The prosecution has no need for a depressed witness. Oops. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh. Yep, that's the first time that's happened. Whoopsies. That's the first time I've had the trilogy crash on me. Huh. Oh well, I can just skip through like a good chunk of this anyway, it's fine. It can be fast. Yeah, get out of here, On Guard. Get out of here. Alright. Come on. We're almost there. The prosecution has no need for a depressed witness. I'm gonna save here just in case it ends up trying to crash again. Lift your head up and face forward like a proud officer, Detective Dick Gumshoe. Yes, sir! Now, let's have your testimony. If we want to explore the various facets of this case, we must start with that. Get ready, Phoenix. This is going to be one very rough fight. Yeah. Have to be with Edgeworth as my opponent. A newly improved Edgeworth at that. The answer he was struggling for. Interesting. Show me this answer you finally found, Edgeworth. God, this dog. This murder happened after the Hero of Heroes Award ceremony, sir. The victim, Juan Kurata, was found dead in his hotel room. After looking into the cause of death, we believe it was definitely murdered. He was definitely murdered, sir. At first, we thought there was something suspicious about the NP guitar case. However, we later found out that the guitar case had nothing to do with the murder. Hang on, I'm gonna get the dog. People are home, but like, he's just going ridiculous. Yep, and he's loud too. Great! Wonderful. Yes, sir. Both the victim and the defendant went alone to their room, sir. I see. Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. Okay. Uh-huh. Cause of death. Wasn't that because Mr. Kurata was stabbed in the chest? Only a careless amateur would believe something so brainless as that, pal. Take a good hard look at the crime scene photo. Now, real pros' attention would be drawn here, to this bandana. Banana. Banana. This his bandana, sir. That's the whole thing wrapped tightly around his neck, sir. Ah, yes, I see. His banana scented bandana. Judge, please. Then what about the knife? It seems to have been stuck in the victim's chest on purpose after his death. We have a crafty murder on our hands here. And why did you think that? Because it was empty, pal. The Jammin' Ninja didn't go anywhere without his bright red guitar. Couldn't find it anywhere at the scene of the crime. Oh, then how about this theory? A fan really wanted the guitar and did the crime to get it. How's that? We thought that too, but... What? Only fingerprints on the guitar case were the victims. Only the victims, huh? I see. So much for my theory, then. However, we later found out that the guitar case had nothing to do with the murder. What convinced you it had nothing to do with the case? Guitar wasn't at the Guitar Hotel that night. Well, then where was it? Her guitar was eventually found at the TV studio. Victim Juan Kurata had apparently only taken the case with him, sir. So you mean he forgot to put the guitar inside the case? Yes, sir. Even when he was out on stage for the ceremony, he didn't have his guitar. The guitar case was empty even before we got to the hotel. Yeah, that's right. So it really had nothing to do with the case after all. I believe that is enough. First, the victim was choked to death with his bandana. Then, after the victim was dead, the killer deliberately stabbed him with a knife. Which brings me to my next point. Why, then, did the police arrest Matt Engarde? Because there was a reason enough to suspect him. Here it comes. Look at Edward's back in full swing. Very well. Detective Gumshoe, please testify about this matter. Yes, sir. Matt Engarde and Juan Kurata were huge rivals with each other. They each thought the other guy was in his way. That's motive enough in my book. As for evidence, there's the Jammin' Ninja's button. It was ripped off the ninja's costume and found in Matt Engarde's hakama. The defendant's fingerprints were also all over the knife. The defendant bought the knife for the crime, which makes this a premeditated murder. Sort of stick on the handle, so the fingerprints came out pretty clearly, sir. And there's this button. That was found in the defendant's clothes, was it? And this button also covered in blood. Yeah, so we know that blood on the victim's blood, sir. What? All of this points to very clearly to the defendant, doesn't it? Yes, it most certainly does, Your Honor. Ready to give in yet? Right? I'll find the hole in your argument somehow. You can press as hard as you like. Just hurry up with your usual pointless questions. No. That's the name of the hotel. Wait a second. What? So the basis of your argument is that this was a premeditated murder is simply that my client bought a knife beforehand. That's right, Fowl. The defendant did not buy this knife. Huh? Take a good look at the handle of this knife and you'll see what I'm talking about. Huh? That's Gatewater seal set in the handle. Gatewater? I think I've heard that name somewhere before. That's the name of the hotel. The Gatewater Hotel. Which is clearly a reference to Watergate. Because, yeah. Uh-oh. Watergate scandal. Gatewater scandal. Ugh. The murder knife was actually property of the hotel. Which means this murder was not premeditated. Yes, that is very true. That is very big. What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? I'm sorry, but the defense is simply too careless. What? His little finger wag. And then the little smug smile. These two are perfect for each other. I think whether the crime was premeditated or not has already been determined. How so? I admit, the knife is hotel property. There is no one currently on the police force that is dumb enough to not realize this. But I... Oh. The question is... where did this knife come from? Well, that's obvious. It came from the victim, Mr. Corrado's room. Sorry, Your Honor, but that is incorrect. The victim ate a last meal before he was murdered. With that being the case, I would like to draw the court's attention was top of the table. There's a knife and fork on the table. Then, where in the world did this knife come from? If it pleases the court, I would like for us to recall the room of the defendant, Mr. Matt Engarde. Give me one moment. Especially what was on top of his table. There is something missing. Perhaps it is a single knife? We investigated the leftover dishes for fingerprints, and while we were investigating, we came to the conclusion that Mr. Matt Engarde's knife was missing. Urgh. Mr. Engarde had gone on to the victim's room with a knife he had used during dinner. Why would he carry a knife on a visit? To kill, of course. And with that, I believe the prosecution has proven this was premeditated murder. Amazing, Mr. Edgeworth. Absolutely brilliant. A brilliantly clear deduction. Seems like Edgeworth had this plan from the very beginning. And those traps, I walked headlong into it. One moment. A murder weapon with fingerprints and a button from the victim's costume. Yep. Quite a sizable amount of evidence here. I can safely say that any further deliberation is a waste of time, Your Honor. Although, I wouldn't mind a defense were to present evidence not yet shown to the court. Evidence not yet shown? He means evidence that the court hasn't seen yet. In other words, new evidence. What does the defense have to say about this, Mr. Wright? Oh boy! Phoenix, you will get a game over if you do this wrong. All right. The judge is favoring the prosecution right now. If we answer with something wrong here, that gavel will be ringing out to the sound of our defeat. Mr. Wright, do you have something important and necessary to show this court? There's one piece of evidence that catches my attention. Something that this court has yet to see. Mr. Wright, I will say this one more time. I do not feel this trial needs to continue at all. However, I am giving you one chance, and only one. What the judge is saying right, is don't try pulling one of your usual bluffs here. messes up its curtains for all of us. You may now present one and only one piece of evidence. Now then, what is this important evidence that you must show the court? This is a wine glass, is it not? Please look at the photo of the crime scene one more time. The scene is a mess because of the victim's struggle against his assailant. The vase was broken, his makeup is all over the floor. These were all things that were at one point sitting on top of the dresser. Well, yes, I see your point. However, this glass that is sitting on top of the dresser is mysteriously untouched. The only thing that had not fallen over with everything else is this wine glass. This piece of evidence is even more strange and enough to warrant further consideration. Well, what do you all have to say? It is a little peculiar. Yes, isn't it? I thought it was. You'd stop looking with those puppy dog eyes of yours now. Mr. Edgeworth. What is it, Your Honor? Your opinion. You don't need my opinion. Because there is no special meaning to that glass. What? It's safe to say that the glass was there at the place after the crime took place. By the person who discovered the body, Adrian Andrews, for example. She could have easily been shocked that she'd set the glass down without thinking. Does sound very plausible, Mr. Wright. Could Adrian Andrews really have set that glass down without thinking? Here a week or the trial is over. You can look for my proof later. For now, I should just trust my instinct and point with certainty. It is my fault for it if you're thought-provoking enough. Defense would like to challenge the prosecution's theory. We would like to see something that proves it was Miss Andrews who set the cup on the table. You turned the situation on its head yet again as usual. Mr. Edward, do you have any proof to back up your claim? No way he has any. He's just bluffing. Unlike Mr. Wright, I never say anything unless I have the evidence to support it. What? You're not thinking hard enough today, Wright. Do you think this wine glass escaped my notice? Then... of course it's been thoroughly inspected for fingerprints. Fingerprints? There are only one set of fingerprints left on this wine glass. Only one, then? Well then, whose are they? They were not the victim's daughter defendants, rather they were one Adrian Andrews. What? That is why they said that the person who discovered the body had left it there. Are we done here, Mr. Wright? I believe I fell into another trap. Miss Andrews was probably holding the glass when she went to see Mr. Kurata. Upon seeing his dead body, she was stunned, set the glass down on the dresser. What you just said makes a lot of sense. Now do you see, right? You can't change any part of my scenario as it explains everything all too well. I've thought long and hard this past year about what it means to be a prosecutor. And from here on out, I will show you the answer I have come to discover. Wait a second, Mr. Edgeworth. I think the prosecution has proven enough evidence for me to enter my verdict. Unfortunately, I cannot allow you to pass judgment yet. The prosecution has yet another witness we would like the court to hear from. Another witness? Yes. Bailiff, bring in the next witness. What in the world is Mr. Edgeworth thinking? Now then, name and occupation. Your name and occupation, please.
Gotcha!
We're back to this song and dance. What happened to that calm composure you had earlier? I mean... Have you seen this woman flirting with him last game?
Oh, Edgy boy, it's been, what, a year since we last met, hasn't it? You should be more happy to see me.
I saw the report with her testified. Who knew that under the helmet? There's that wicked witch of the witness stand.
I tell you, this time I know what I'm supposed to do. So today I'm going to tell you anything and everything.
Ma'am.
I'm talking to my dear Edgy Wedgie right now.
Don't interrupt us, Gramps. Yes, madam. No, please, by all means, interrupt her. Please! Anyway, witness, your testimony, please.
It's true what they say, that youth are hot-headed nowadays, not that I mind at all, Edgy. Now then, what should I start with?
The witness was on the security detail at the hotel on the night of the murder. Is this correct, Miss Oldback?
It was a great job being able to see my dearie Juan. It was almost too much for my little heart to handle.
You are a fan of the victim?
Look, everyone is crazy over that Enguarde, saying he's cute in a fresh way or something. But not me. I wouldn't say something so silly. After all, I'm no interest in a little child like him. I'm only interested in a real man, Juan Kurata.
But those two were the same age.
Anyway, as I was saying, I was pacing in front of the room that night.
Very well, please tell the court what you witnessed the night of the murder.
Leave it to me, Edgy Poo. Anyway, after the ceremony, I went to pace around in the hallway in front of his room. That was something I was interested in finding out, you know. Well, since I was on the job, I made sure to keep a good eye out on the whole time. That's when someone showed up. It was a man coming out of poor Juan's room. It was Enguarde, Matt Enguarde. He was trying to sneak his way out of Juan's room.
So Mr. Enguarde came out of the victim's room. Let's do this. You saw my client. Are you sure about that? Yesy! Really? I'm brats when I say someone. I saw that person. Why do I get a sense of deja vu? Maybe to avoid a repeat of last year, I should delve into this a bit further. Please tell the court about the man's clothes in more detail. What a troublesome man you are. Really, as if something like that matters. But it does. Now, what was it? Oh, yes, it was that thing. What thing? That gaudy thing you're always wearing, that racing jacket. He's wearing that at detention center, too. Things meant for nothing but seducing with other pantaloons. Men. Right. So, Mr. Wright. Of course it was important, Your Honor. Objection! Then perhaps you would like to point out what part of that testimony was important. Oh. Don't you see it, Edgeworth? Your Honor, I request what the witness said about the jacket be appended to her testimony. I don't quite see where you're going with this, but alright, witness, please. That was on the costume, not the jacket. Do you know what this is? It's button number 2 on the Gemin Ninja's costume. Now I know she's an obsessed fan. She identified it in a single glance. Wow, she really is a die-hard fan to want a button covered in blood. This button was discovered on Mr. Unguard's body during a full-body search. See? This button proves beyond a shadow of a doubt it was that rascal Unguard. It was caught up in the pleats of his Neko Samurai Hakama pants. See? Unguard is a Neko Samurai. Witness. Now, it may just be me, and I do have an active imagination. But just now, didn't you say the defendant, Matt Unguard, was wearing his usual racing jacket? I'm so sorry. It's hard to judge people based on what they wear. Ma'am, please. She's still going. She's still going. Help! Miss Oldbag, this is a very important point we're talking about. Say it's important, agree with me for a change. I should be the one signed, not you. On guard, now I remember. The Nickel Samurai, that's what it was. That's the Nickel Samurai that I saw. Guess it would have been convenient for him to wear the costume during the murder. I had to go to that post-ceremony stage show right after the crime, you know. He must have worn that Nickel Samurai costume when he was stabbing poor Juan. I knew it. I knew Yusei was inside that costume. What? Do you think there could have been someone else inside that costume? Yeah, it's happened before. I'll be a bad little boy thinking such rude things. It's happened before! We've had... The last time I saw you, this has happened before. Ma'am. We have to kind of know who was in these costumes to actually, like, figure out who was the frickin' victim and murders and shit. The possibility does exist. Oh, young isn't it? I told you there's no way it was anyone else. Even if that's the case, we've seen that it's happened before. Man, that's not that's not evidence. Be a little more careful with your testimony, please. Not too long ago, you said he was wearing his racing jacket, and now he's not? Not too long ago. Then let me ask you this, when you were itty-bitty, what was your grand dream? Huh? What did you want to be when you grew up, whippersnapper? My dream, huh? I wanted to be a Judge Wagner, the hero of the public court, so what? See? Look where you are now, you're not Judge Wagner, are you? Are you? Well, what I said earlier, who puts by any weight into things like that? The now is everything. I can't be held responsible for the past. Since when did court become theatrics over testimonies? What matters is that man was inside that costume. Is that enough? Judge Wagner. No. Aww. Holding your back hair and softly rubbing your back, perhaps. Helping ease you a little bit, you know? Yeah, I know, I could've. And that's my fault. I'm sorry. If anything like that happens again, I'll make sure to do that, okay? I hope you're doing a little better now, but must feel a little disorienting right now. Softly pets your head. Anyway, ma'am, his fingerprints were on this. If he were in costume, his fingerprints would not be on it. Objection! Like, come on. Ma'am. Yeah, so it's a knife. Big deal. If you're trying to scare me with that, I'll have you know it won't work. No, that's not my intention at all. That was knife used in the murder, correct? Your Honor, do you know why this piece of evidence is important to this case? You don't even have to ask, because the defendant's fingerprints are on it. Is that what you're driving at? No, that's exactly what I'm driving at. What are you driving at, and whose car are we driving? If Mr. OnGuard was really in the Nickel Samurai costume at the time of the murder, then it's impossible for his fingerprints to have been left on this knife. Actually, he would have wiped all previous fingerprints on this knife right off. Oh, that's right. The Nickel Samurai wears gloves, doesn't he? He probably took his gloves off before he began the stabbing. And why would he do something like that? To leave his prints on the murder weapon? There's no way he would do something like that. However, there is one possibility. Then let's hear your possibility. It's very simple. The defendant went to the victim's room while in costume as the Nickel Samurai. At that time, the defendant had held no intent to murder. He was probably just going to relax and talk with the victim about the stage show. Which is why he took his gloves off. The murder still did take place. It's well known that there was bad blood between the defendant and the victim. Yes, I have heard that before. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say about Mr. Edgeworth's theory? Let me get this straight. Edgeworth's theory goes like this. When the defendant went to the victim's room, he had no intention of killing him. Now, up to this point, are there any problems with this theory? This theory contradicts something in an earlier testimony. What are you babbling about? Now, for argument's sake, let's suppose Mr. OnGuard was the killer. If that's the case, I think it's impossible for the killer to have gone to the victim's room without intent. This knife, this was used by Mr. OnGuard at dinner. Yes, we did establish that. Which means that if my client was in fact the killer, then he brought this knife with him when he went to visit Mr. Kurata. Oh boy. I suppose. However, you just said it yourself. At that time, the defendant held no intent to murder. If that were true, then why would he bring a knife? He wouldn't, would he? Which means, Mr. Edgeworth, your theory was flawed from supposition 1. And one more thing. If the murderer was wearing the costume at the time of the murder, then there should be glove marks left on the knife. Which means the defendant's fingerprints shouldn't be all over it like bees on a hive. And that brings me to my final point. This knife was planted by the real killer to hide their identity and mislead us. Was this knife really planted by the killer? Why would the murderer do such a thing? To frame. It's to frame my client, Mr. On Guard, of course. To frame? Aren't you forcing the interpretation just a little too hard on this one? But we just established that the witness saw the Nickel Samurai in costume. If that were true, then there shouldn't be a single fingerprint on this knife. Witness! Looks like I made your life a teeny bit more difficult, huh, Edgy Poo? Witness, did you or did you not really see the Nickel Samurai? Well, I guess at first I might have forgotten, but... Are you saying you mixed up Mr. Enguarde with the Nickel Samurai, his character on TV? But I mean, I can't really do anything about that now. Well, who's waiting around in front of their doors? Because, well, I wasn't waiting around for the Nickel Samurai, that's for sure. She wasn't waiting for the Nickel Samurai. Alright then, who were you waiting for then? That's top secret to anyone outside of security. I have a feeling that you're waiting Mr. Juan Kurata, am I right, witness? Haha, the way you think you are a sad amateur with a terrible case of nearsightedness. Amateur? Me? What am I an amateur of? Yep. Who is this person? This is Adrian Andrews, Mr. On Guard's manager. Why would the defendant's manager be in the victim's room? It seems that this is the latest rumor in circulation, Your Honor. Well, this is... Ah, I see. This manager with the initials AA, are you saying it's... Adrian Andrews, without a doubt. The witness thought so as well. Looks like you found me out. Well, that's fine. I can throw away the sworn to confidentially stuff then. Uh-huh, your little secret investigation. I really don't want to do this, however I can simply let this point slide. Very well then, witness, please specify about the secret information. I'm sure we're all capable of handling this, really. It's not like we're 10 years old. Help. Help. That On Guard is one evil, evil man. He thought he could ruin poor Juan by causing a huge scandal.
So to do that, he sent his own manager to get in close with Juan. I cannot condone such dirty tricks, so I took action. Oh, and this is top secret. You got that? Nobody else but you know. Yet, okay.
Old bag. And it's this manager. What is his tasteful topic for this court? Looked into this matter. Now that it's truth, the article proposes in fact baseless gossip. Should this be true, this proves that the defendant did bear ill will towards the victim. Well, as the old saying goes, you gotta burn old bags with fire. Time to fire up the afterburners and hit the highway to the danger zone. The danger zone. Danger zone. Wait. Tea time with the kids is over. Secret information no one else knows yet. That's true, then how do you know this secret information? Well, that's because I'm a pro. Yes, that's it. This secret, even if you drill a hole in my brain, you'll never find out. How in the world did that old bat get such a secret piece of information? More than likely Lotta's camera. Why are you looking at me like that? Stop that! I hate to say it, but this is how you came to acquire your secret info, isn't it? The investigative photographer, Lotta Hart. Oh yes, I remember that mischievous girl. She reported that she had lost a certain note she had written to herself. She reported such a thing. On that piece of paper, she had written down some of her impressions about the relationship between the victim and Miss Andrews. No, I said impressions. Then everything written on this piece of paper is completely meaningless. Ah, that's it. That's the note. You see, this is something completely different. My top secret list of groceries to buy. I'm a huge fan of Juan's, that's why. An infamous puppy hair whippersnapper. She's working with that evil Enguarde. She said so herself. Enguarde, I'm his sidekick. So happy, smiling like a silly duck. I was only checking what she had written. Itchy Poo, you believe me, don't you? Me trying to help out like the angel I am. It's only one little piece of paper. Never taken anything else before. You really should come up with a supply of cheese to match your vintage wine. Well, it was only a piece of paper. I suppose we can overlook this just this once. Like, she's really sorry. Can I forgive her? No! Well, up on her now, she'll get away. I have to find some way to inflict a deafening blow to the prosecution. Witness, you said that the only thing you stole was that note. Is this correct? Stole? Why don't you listen more carefully, you annoying brat? I saved this piece of paper from the terrible lonely trash can, that's all. You're lying, damn it. I can prove it. Are you putting my credibility under scrutiny again? Miss Oldbag. I don't believe that the note is the only thing you stole that night. Take that! Miss Oldbag. That note was with a camera inside its case, wasn't it? A camera? Yesterday, Lotta Hart was raising a huge stink over her camera. She kept saying something like, "My sweetie camera disappeared on me." Witness! If you have the note, then it's only logical that you have the camera too. Even though I look like this, I'm still a person, you know. Silly me's like you, I fall in love and borrow things from people. I think your definition of borrow is a little off. I saw that woman's business card, and that's when I noticed it said, Slimebag Celebrity Photographer Extraordinaire. When I saw that, I had to know what was sort of picture she had taken. Special security audit, it's my business to know these things. Lotta. Oldbag. Ah. Help. Oldbag existing. What do we have, Mr. Edgeworth? There's only one photo that seems to be relevant to this case. Please present it to the court. This is the Nico Samurai. See, I told you, that's the guy I saw. This proves that the witness was lying earlier about this matter. What does all this mean, Mr. Edgeworth? This photo by itself does not prove that the person in the is the defendant. However, his own confession, Mr. Enguarde clearly stated that at the time of the murder, he was still in his Nickel Samurai costume. If that's the case, then this Nickel Samurai is the defendant. How did it come to this? This brings us to the end. We have examined every piece of evidence thoroughly. Final comments, Mr. Wright? The court will consider them before we close. You agree that this photo is decisive evidence against your client? It really is decisive, then we're done for. Raise an objection here and blow it, then I would put my life in jeopardy. Can't make a mistake here. There's only one road out of this. This photo that Lotta took, there's There's something strange with this photo. Now we're gonna get into the freaking blaming Adrian Andrews bit, and that's gonna be fun. Not really. I think we'd all agree there's nothing strange with this photo. There's no way for the defense to debunk this photo, even with a bunker buster. Debunk with a bunker buster? Is that what you're planning to do, Mr. Wright? Anyway, please look at the photo one more time. You really believe you can honestly find something wrong with this photo? Then you should only need one chance, correct? Well... Find something wrong with this photo. And let this chance go by. You're kinda dragging there. I would like to direct the court's attention to this one area here. What are you pointing to, his ankles? If you could see this person's ankles, that would be one thing. However, you can't. And what does that mean? The costume person in the photo could not have been Mr. Ungard. I wonder if you care to elaborate with actual facts, that is. Let's take a look at the Nickel Samurai's poster. His feet are clearly seen. Please pay attention to the area around the bottom of the Hakama. His socks! You can see his socks! Exactly. However, in this photo, the Nickel Samurai is clearly holding his Hakama up just to walk. There is only one explanation for this. The person inside this costume is clearly much shorter than the defendant. I think I'll turn things around for myself this time. That's curious. What is? You're just unusually calm today. It's true. He's just letting the train run itself as if he's only along for the ride. On for the ride? What do you mean by that? Only guess that perhaps he doesn't feel under attack at all. He doesn't feel under attack, then I haven't damaged his case at all. It's not Matt Ungard. And everything the prosecution has tried to prove has become meaningless. He's so annoyed. He's just staring back like, right, come on. I figured it would come to this. What? Right, I have something I want to ask you. I think that you have proven that the person inside this costume is not Matt Ungard. In that case, who is in this a photo of? Adrian. Adrian Andrews? You want to know who that Nickel Samurai is? It's none other than this woman. And why would you say it must be Miss Andrews? What is it? What world points you to her? For starters, she's short. And she can freely move in and out of Mr. Unguard's room. I know she had dinner with Mr. Ungard that night. How does that all add up? It means that it makes it very easy for her to get a certain item. A certain knife with Mr. Unguard's fingerprints all over it. That was used as a murder weapon. Why don't you just say what it is you want, right? I have to do this now. This is my last chance to turn things around. Vance moves to indict Miss Adrian Andrews in the murder of Juan Corrida. It was Miss Andrews who tried to frame the defendant for the crime. It looks like the trial is in a most unexpected development. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor. This is kind of bad for us. Huh? What do you mean? If Adrian Andrews is summoned to court as a witness, it means that the trial will go on for another day. Ah! If I don't get a verdict today, then Maya... Now then, we should set Miss Andrews' testimony for tomorrow. What am I supposed to do? The judge is about to adjourn the court. Now then. Do it today. Today. I can't do that. You cannot hear Miss Andrews' testimony if she's not... I abhor wasting such valuable time. Edgeworth. Your Honor, I request that you please continue with today's trial. But... we gotta continue due to this unexpected development. Unexpected development? I think you underestimate me, Your Honor. What do you mean by that? That Mr. Phoenix Wright would slave his way to Honey and Miss Andrews is all happening according to plan, even if Wright was a bit slow to catch on. What? What? He's got it on lock, baby. What's the meaning of your statement, Mr. Edgeworth? Miss Adrian Andrews is currently waiting in the prosecution's lobby. She's the next witness. Everything was planned out in advance by that man. He's got ya. Somehow I knew there was no way Edgeworth would overlook Miss Andrews. Looks like this battle is far from over. Exactly. Hmm. I'd say let's try to get this trial bit done quickly, and then we'll save the rest of the case for the next time. Dude, I can't believe that, Adrian. No way, not cool. Elected Adrian Andrews. She is your manager. Would have been very easy for her to pull this off. The only person who had easy access to the knife he used at dinner was, well, her. I was sleeping like a log the entire time. She could have also easily planted the blood-covered button in your Hakama. Yep. She's not! She's not! She's not! Yes. Who was it that first told us about their relationship? Twitter stated Miss Andrews' dependency issues with regards to Miss Impacts. It was Edgeworth. Okay. Adrian! I am the manager of the defendant in this case, Mr. Matt Ungard. Now then, before we begin, Your Honor, I have one request. Yes, sure, what is it? Sure, everyone in this room is wondering the same thing, and would love to find out more about my relationship with the victim. After all, it was the topic of a certain weekly magazine recently. No, I don't know what you mean. I've never even heard of Gossip Land. Okay. Yeah, maybe. Alright. It's time for the show to start, so I went to get Matt from his room. After that, I went to Juan's room, and there was his dead body. I was in shock. What I saw was naturally the exact same scene as in the crime scene photo. Felt as though I was about to faint, so I poured myself a glass of juice. Alright. And that is when the fingerprints on the wine glass were made, Your Honor. Uh-huh. You're in shock. What? Was I not supposed to be? Somehow I don't think beauty has anything to do with being shocked or not. Huh? There are no lip marks left on this wine glass as just anyone drank from it. Wasn't feeling terribly great, so I set the glass down without drinking it. Miss Sanders, I would like to confirm with you one more time. When you discovered the dead body of Juan Karada, you were in great shock. And that's when you poured yourself a glass of juice, correct? And what of it? My mind really was a complete blank at the time. Miss Andrews, I'm convinced that you, as you said, you made a mistake at the scene of the crime. What I really want to know is what this mistake was. Actually, so would I. Embarrassing. You accidentally knocked the flower vase over. Whoops. Sorry, I thought that since the crime scene was already in disarray, I would simply assume that vase was just another part of the mess. Testify that you knocked the flower case over, is this correct? Are you sure it fell onto the guitar case? Is there some problem with what I said? It's not some problem, it's a major problem. It's true that the top of the guitar case was wet with water. However, that's exactly what's so strange. Miss Andrews, you testified that the vase fell onto the guitar case. However, if that was true, the case should have gotten weight on the inside, not the outside. Furthermore, there is no other strange thing about this guitar case. What is that? Let's take another look at the crime scene photo. Yeah. What is your point, right? That the case was closed at the time the vase was knocked over? Is that all? No, think back to what Miss Andrews testified to. She said that other than the vase, she didn't touch anything else. This whole matter with the guitar chase is a dead end. Testify. I can't believe anyone would ever reach for straws like this, but it is you! Can't believe I'm doing this either. Suppose I must have opened the guitar case after I knocked the vase over. It's not a big deal though, right? The case was empty after all. As for why I opened the case, even I don't know. This faithfulness is such a familiar feeling, but now it's almost comforting. Using anyone to change the topic, a convenient escape for a weak man. Edgeworth, you're on fucking top right now. You're destroying him. No way you were the one who opened the guitar case. When did you say that? It's elementary, my dear. Because the only fingerprints on this guitar case are those of the victim. You shouldn't assume that I must have left prints just because I touched the case. What do you mean? What if I were to tell you that I was wearing gloves at the time? You were wearing gloves. Isn't that a little strange? Why is that strange? The wine glass. Duh.
Take that!
I have your proof right here. This wine glass. Wine glass? You left your fingerprints very clearly on this wine glass. Even if you took your gloves off when you poured yourself this glass of juice, wouldn't you think it was just a little strange that you put your gloves back on just to open the guitar case? Her poor glasses. Think about what could have been in it. Don't mean it was a bright white guitar? Wait, that's not right either. No, Your Honor. Please recall that Miss Andrews had testified that the vase fell onto the guitar case. Means that the case was closed when the crime took place. Objection! I would say something I didn't intend to improve. Oh, I don't know. Perhaps this? Spare costume, baby! I mean, the photo. My guy. Yeah, and why you gotta hide?
Objection!
Spare costume. Yes, two of them. So you can get recognition, you know?
Objection!
The press conference. The press conference.
Take that!
Press conference. And what would the Nico Samurai be doing to confess? Yes. I mean... Yeah. I can see why you're pros at what you do. Of course it was. He was going to bring him down. It would destroy Matt's acting career that had been revealed. Have you? All right. Third one. From the moment I saw the crime scene, I had a feeling that Matt was the murderer. Matt had to kill Juan no matter what. But he didn't have an alibi for what he was doing at the time of the murder. My thoughts were confirmed by the evidence, of course. The button and the knife. But I'm Matt's manager, so I felt I had to protect him. This does account for everything. Well, I am the logical type. What do you mean? You can hardly call the knife decisive evidence. Fingerprints on the knife could very well be a clever camouflage. Then what about the button? The button? It's clear from the crime scene that the victim and his murderer fought. And during the fight, the killer ripped the button from the Jammin' Ninja's costume. It looks like you're outfoxed again, Mr. Right. Adrian! This is the victim's autopsy report. It clearly states that the cause of death was strangulation by a scarf. Strangulation? The knife stab to the victim was done after the victim had already died. What does that mean? Let's examine the evidence and the victim's blood on it, which would mean that it was ripped off the costume when? After the knife was stabbed into the victim. Exactly, which means it's impossible that this button was torn off during the victim's final struggle, because the victim was strangled to death in that fight. That's right, Miss Andrews. There is no way this button was ripped off during the struggle. This button was concisely pulled off the victim's already dead body. So what if the button was torn off the body after the victim already died? What does that change? Let me ask you one simple question, Mr. Edgeworth. Why was the button torn off? What purpose did that serve? What purpose? We know this button was torn off during the fight. So the murderer took the time and effort to purposely rip this from the victim's body. That would mean that the murderer had something in mind, wouldn't it? To pin the crime on Enguarde. There's only one logical reason for doing something like that. It was to pin the crime on Mr. Enguarde. There's no way anyone would put a bloody button in their own pants. That's right, Mr. Enguarde was set up. By the real killer, of course. The real murderer is Mr. Wright. Who in the world is the real killer, then? Finally. Can't believe I managed to bring this trial all the way up to this point. Phoenix, you can't let your guard down yet. Not until the very end. It's not her. You're being led astray. I choose you. You are Mr. Kurata's killer. It's not true! Phoenix, no! You fool! Any evidence? All of the evidence points to Miss Andrews. Knife was used to stab the victim after he had already been strangled to death. It was used to throw suspicion onto Mr. Enguarde, naturally. A knife covered in the defendant's fingerprints could be only be taken from his room. And the only one who had dinner with him and knew which knife to take was you. What about the button that was found in Matt's Hakama? This button was removed from the victim's body after he had already died. The only people who could have done so were the person who found his body or the killer. However, if Mr. Enguarde was the real killer, there's no way he would have put such incriminating evidence in his own Hakama. The only person who could have put this button into Mr. Hakama is the person who went to wake him from his nap, which is you yet again, Miss Andrews. That costume was used to hide the real killer's identity as they fled the crime scene. Whoa. Okay, you know what? Adrian could look... Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. It's like, I'm looking at this right now and I'm like, oh my. Ma'am, you could really fit in a costume well. You may be short, but ma'am. Ma'am. Adrian Backshone. I also just think she'd look good in costumes. Who could have known that there was such a costume inside the guitar case? It could have only been the person who prepared the costume for the victim. Just, God, what a look. What a freaking look. Adrian Backshot. No, hi. Miss Andrews' fingerprints were nowhere to be found on the guitar case. And it was you who proved that she was not wearing gloves at the time. That's right. That's because she did not intend on leaving any prints. If anyone had found that she had touched the case, they would have asked her why. So to avoid any leaving prints, she used a towel or something to open it. But the glass of the tomato juice is a different story. Miss Andrews firstly left her fingerprints on the glass to show that, yes, indeed, she was the classic dazed discoverer of a dead body. Phoenix, I think you made her break 4 pairs of glasses. Sir, I think you should, frankly, pay for those. No reasonable person on Earth can believe this Nickel Samurai and Mr. Enguarde. God. Phoenix, you're so stupid. You're falling into the traps, man. Like, do you seriously... Okay, to be fair, if you went into this for the first time, you would be, like, fucked over by Enguarde, and then you would be super freaking pissed at him. But now, since I've, you know, gone through all that already, I'm like, my God, Phoenix, you're so stupid. How did you not see this before? It's so obvious that they're trying to freaking put a false verdict out. Like, God. Please stop. Well, how about it, Miss Andrews? Got her this time. What have you got? You're practically traumatizing her, Phoenix. What the fuck? I refuse to testify. What was that? There's a law. It says I can't be forced to testify about something if it can incriminate me. Like, like, at this point in the, like, case or whatever, especially since I'm, like, basically coming at this from, like, you know, having the information in my hands, in my brain, I can only really feel bad for Adrian at this point, because it's like, what did she do? Realistically. She certainly didn't kill Juan. But she was certainly, like, forced to be a part of this. Leaning the fence is not something most people would think to do on the spot. Actually, thinking back to yesterday in Mr. Unguard's room... The talk. Think hard about what we just discussed, understood? They had a talk. What's wrong, right? Are you finished already? Run out of evidence. What is so humorous, Mr. Edgeworth? I'm sure you realize this as well, Your Honor. But everything the good lawyer here has proven up to this point is meaningless. Everything you have proven is circumstantial. You have yet to provide a single piece of definitive proof. Proof that Miss Andrews did in fact harbor a wish to murder Mr. Kurata. Yeah, what exactly would you be... What crime would she actually be guilty of? Certainly not murder. God, Phoenix, you idiot. Like, I understand that, like, you gotta save Maya however you can, but, like, come on, man. But, to be fair, this entire freaking case is meant to make Phoenix question the philosophy he's had up to this point. Does believing in your client fully matter, or does the truth matter more? That's the thing that Edgeworth has answered for himself. He cares more about the truth than the client or the defendant or whatever. If the truth leads to an acquittal of an innocent person, then you've basically done it already. You know? What are you sweating for? Your client is getting one more day to live, isn't he? That's not it! It isn't about that! Edgeworth, I know you know who the real killer is. Please, let the trial continue! I don't get the verdict, then Maya... It's impossible to continue as long as the witness refuses to testify. Now then, this court is...
Objection!
It is not impossible for this trial to continue. It's true, Miss Andrews holds the right against self-incrimination. However, if the topic of conversation were something unrelated to whatever she may be guilty of, then she has no right to withhold testimony. Actually, there's one little thing that I'm curious about. Miss Andrews, when you found the victim's dead body, you poured yourself a glass of juice. I can't help but think how unnatural that is. Usually when one finds a body, they're shaken up, not stirring a glass of juice. So my actions were unusual, but I'm already... Before you speak, I want to state that you have a reason behind your action. I need you to testify to that effect. Alright. I think we're almost done. Almost there. That glass of juice, I didn't really pour it for myself. I was surprised when I walked into the room and saw it in that messy state. Juan, who was sitting slumped over and tired looking in the corner. Saw him sitting like that, I thought that he was dead. Didn't cross my mind. To be honest, I thought he had just fainted or something, so I went to pour him some juice. I realized that he was dead. That's when I knocked the flower vase over. Big brain things, Phoenix.
Objection!
So you honestly didn't think he was dead when you found him? No, not at all. Even though this is what you saw when you discovered the body? Isn't it obvious, Your Honor? There's a knife sticking out of Mr. Kurata's chest. Anyone who saw this scene would have immediately thought there was a dead man. I doubt a single person in the world would mistake this for someone who fainted. Your point is? Your testimony just now, it was all one giant lie. 5 pairs of glasses, Phoenix. I think you owe her. No.
That's impossible. You're wrong. It wasn't me. It wasn't me, I tell you. It was Matt. I swear it. He's the one who killed Juan.
Not directly, but
Definitely the one who planned it. But you were the one who refused to testify. And your reason for not doing so was that you might end up incriminating yourself. For a different crime! Phoenix! For a different crime! I refuse to testify. Is it over? Have we found the truth at last? Usually the real killer confesses his or her guilt. Now that I think about it, this is the first time someone hasn't. Because she hasn't committed murder. Why would she confess to a crime she didn't commit?
Objection!
Your Honor, the prosecution feels that it would be premature to pass down a verdict at this time. The reason is quite simple. I had to get the eye. The witness has yet to speak the absolute real truth. Witness, don't you understand yet? Huh? I don't know who planted this silly idea in your head, but as long as you protect yourself through your silence, Matt Engarde will go free, and in his place, you will become the guilty party.
Fran did that! That's a lie! I don't believe you!
What?
I was told if I spoke, then it would be all over. Matt would never be declared guilty.
What in the world is she talking about? Has she lost it?
I can't speak about it. I'm too scared.
It's Franziska von Karma. Don't you remember, Phoenix? She's depending on Franziska's words. She's dependent on her to keep her safe. Which makes this super freaking gay. She believes in Franziska. Phoenix, stop it. what you plan to do will get someone guilty. Like, that's the thing here. Just because you try to get Matt, like, not guilty or whatever, yes, you would still save Maya in the process, but Adrian would get the guilty verdict instead. You would damn another person for the sake of making that man go free and getting Maya back. Like, in the end, you will ruin someone's life. So that's why you should just, you know, get a guilty verdict on Matt. I mean, that's what will end up happening anyway, but like, in terms of like how this like progresses and whatnot for a first timer, it makes sense what they're doing. I'm just looking at this from like someone who has played through the for the case before and knows the tricks. You look so far back at these points and you're like, oh shit, like, Phoenix was kind of stupid. Right, I suggest you think very carefully about this. Think about what this witness did and what she did not do. And think about who is the real mastermind behind the crime. No! It's not the obvious way you think it is, Phoenix. The woman crying over there. Yeah, sure, the mastermind behind the crime. Stupid! You stupid spiked head! Come now, what will you do? What kind of man are you, Mr. Phoenix Wright? Have to win a complete acquittal today, and there's no way around that. But I can't bring myself to do it like this, not when she's making a face like that. Yeah! Miss Andrews, I'd like to know what you were really hiding. Mr. Wright, are you sure you want to know what you're doing? Sure, Mr. Ongar would get his acquittal, but in his place, you would be found guilty. Is this how you really want this trial to end? Quiet, how dare you? You're trying to trick me! I commend you for trying, Mr. Edgeworth. However, it's clear that the defense's theory is the truth. You're wrong. What a shame. I had hoped things wouldn't come to this, however. Miss Andrews, since you absolutely refuse to testify, it falls on my shoulders to disclose this to the court. Stop! Mr. Edgeworth? This witness, how should I put this? She has an illness. And because of this illness, she has tried to commit suicide in the past. She's depressed! No matter how much you want to hide it, it's no use. I have the evidence right here. Second part of the suicide report. The attempted suicide report. What will you do now, witness? You know what I'm about to do, don't you? He's gonna feel her dependency. The true nature of the pitiful woman known as Adrian Andrews. Please stop, I beg you, if people find out. I'll... If you're going to say you would choose death, that is no concern to me. How can you be so cold? However, before you die, I will pull the truth from your still breathing lips. Wild. Very wild. No matter what I have to do. Such a wild way to enter. So you tell the court yourself, or shall I? Either is fine with me. I'll talk, but please, help me. Nothing matters anymore. When I first saw him, I really thought he had fainted, honest. I realized he was dead. That was when I formulated my plan. Once I made sure there was no one in the hallway, I made a dash back to Matt's room. And then I stabbed Juan's dead body with a knife and ripped off the button. Just when I finished and was turning to Matt's room, I had a bit of an inconvenience. And that's why I ended up using the Nickel Samurai costume. Stab the body with a knife? Why would you do that? Isn't it obvious to pin the blame on a certain person? Certain cowardly man. Matt Enguarde. Hope you're doing alright though, Scrungus. Wild entrance. What do you mean by all this? I might take this to court a little while to understand, but... this is the truth. The real killer is Matt, that scumbag of a man. I'll never forgive him. He didn't kill Juan exactly, but... yes, you can still consider him the killer because... this is what he wanted. He's trying to escape his guilt again, just like last time. Last time? So Miss Andrews stabbed the victim, Juan Carida, in the chest with a knife. However, she didn't do it with the murder in mind. She did it with the intent of framing Matt Enguarde for the murder. And this is her crime. How is this possible? I mean, wasn't Miss Andrews supposed to be the real murderer? Phoenix. Phoenix. This is why you're stupid. This is why you're stupid. This is what happens when you bluff your way through everything. I get that you've won through bluffs in the past, but this case is meant to make you change your frickin' philosophy and realize what it does. Especially with a frickin' client like Matt fucking Enguarde. You gotta press everything here, if I remember correctly. But you could tell from the state of the room that there must have been a fight. Are you telling the truth when you say that you did not know he was dead?
He had a scarf tied around his neck. That scarf is part of the Gem and Ninja's costume, so... I didn't think anything about it was strange. His head was also tilted down a bit, so I couldn't see his face that well. So I thought I'd wake him up and went to pour the juice. I realized he was dead. That was when I formulated my plan. What is this plan you had? I knew right away the murderer was Matt. I knew because Juan, he was going to expose Matt's weakest weak point to the world. So Matt did this to stop Juan and silence him for good. That's when I thought I should forge some evidence and pin this crime on Matt.
So the forged piece of evidence were the knife and the button.
First thing that came to mind was to plant the knife. That was so you could get the knife, correct? The knife Matt used at dinner had his fingerprints all over it. Thought if I used that, then the police would certainly turn their eyes towards him. Matt was napping with his costume on at the time. I slipped in, took the knife, and returned to the scene of the crime. So you were the one to stab the victim with a knife. It gives me goosebumps to think about it now. What a horrible thing I did. But at the time, I couldn't control my own body. It moved on its own. And when I stabbed Juan's body, I suddenly realized something. I used the button so that I could make Matt look even more suspect.
So you thought to rip one of the buttons off and then plant it in Mr. Unguard's hakama?
Yes, that's what I had planned to do. Things never go that smoothly, do they? So when I had finished, I was returning to Matt's room. I had a bit of an inconvenience.
An inconvenience?
There was a woman with a camera at the ready, loitering in the hallway.
Lotta Hart! I'm willing to bet my spikes it was Lotta.
There was also a woman with a ray gun at the ready, pacing back and forth.
That's Miss Oldback for you.
I'd already been caught and made into a big scoop for a certain weekly tabloid once. Couldn't very well go out looking like myself and get caught again. That's why I ended up using this Nickel Samurai costume.
You were the one who prepared that costume, weren't you?
Yes, I took it from Global Studios. Just put it in Juan's guitar case the day before the award ceremony.
You did this in preparation for the press conference, correct?
Yes. Juan wanted to wear the costume and hold a press conference in it. Just wanted to disclose Matt's big secret there.
And what is the secret?
That I don't know. And anyway, I thought that if I went where to leave Juan's room in the Nickel Samurai costume, then people would think that Matt was the real murderer. I was very careful not to leave any fingerprints when I opened the guitar case. Absolutely did not want anyone to know about the costume.
I think we've heard enough. So after that, you went back to Mr. Unguard's room and planted the button.
Into Matt's hakama, yes. After that, I folded up the costume I was wearing and put it into a bag. Then I snuck it out of the hotel and got rid of it.
My word, what does all this mean?
Mr. Edgeworth, is it? The real criminal is Matt Unguard.
yesterday that woman prosecutor had sat me down for a talk. Franziska, huh? She... Like, you... There's no wonder why you would ship the two, because, like... Oh... She's putting all of her trust into Franziska in that moment. It's like, oh... Oh boy. She said that I should, under no circumstances, confess to what I had done. And if I just kept quiet, then Matt would be found guilty for sure. I had no choice but to believe in her words. What this witness has done is clearly unlawful. However, as long as her testimony stands, we can be certain that she is not the real killer. Wait, Your Honor! Stand still! Right. It's pointless. At this point in time, it is not possible to indict Miss Andrews on anything. Yes, exactly. There isn't a single piece of evidence that points to her as the murderer. The cross-examination of this witness is over, and so is today's trial. You couldn't establish that the witness was the culprit. Please let it go, Mr. Wright. But... Mr. Edward, please place Miss Andrews under arrest for further questioning. Understood, Your Honor. The prosecution will arrange for her detention immediately. That is all. Court is adjourned for today. Oof. The way they do that gavel compared to others is just oof. Today's trial, it's over. I can win an acquittal. Witness, would you mind if I asked you something? Edgeworth? What is it? Before you leave court today, I wondered if I might look at one thing. The card in your hand. It's had my interest for quite some time now. Shelley! Shelley! What exactly is it? This? Mr. Wright also asked about this. Although I didn't remember at the time, he asked me about it, Mr. Wright. I remember just now. Found this in the room on that day. The room? That day? Yes. I found this card when I discovered Juan's body. It was lying there right next to him. The calling card, yes. Who was the murderer? Who dealt the killing blow? Shelley. But he's a hitman, so like weird gray area for like who actually killed the man. Suppose I must have unconsciously slipped it into my pocket. It's not as if this card has any relevance to Juan's murder, right? Calling card, you know. Yeah, I guess not, but it's still a strange card if you ask me. As far as a clue to this case, I don't see why. That's where Edgeworth will find stuff out. Witness that card! Give it to me, hurry! Edgeworth? Do you have any idea what you have stupidly yet inadvertently done? This! Can't believe you hid this from me all this time! I didn't mean to. What's this all about? I've never seen Edgeworth so emotional before. That card. What in the world is it, and what does it mean? Shelly. Shelly, baby!
Mr. Maya, Mr. Maya.
There, Pearls.
I can't take it anymore.
Look, it'll be alright. Everything may still work out.
Huh?
The mission was that we had to get a not guilty verdict. So far, the kidnapper has kept his word and hasn't hurt Maya. He won't because Mr. On-Guard hasn't been given a guilty sentence yet. Cheer up, we don't have time to stand around crying. We have to get going.
You're right. Mr. Maya's in much more pain than I am. I'm about to finish. I know. I'm just getting through this little conversation, then I'm gonna save and stop.
Hey, you guys, glad I got you, pal. Oh boy, looks like Detective Gumshoe. Has been dubbed Mr. Scruffy Detective in Pearl's books now. Wait, oh, Mr. Dick Gumshoe now. I came to talk to you, pal.
Kinda busy right now. There. I did it. I just wanted to get the trial done and get through that conversation. That way it could be done. Blah, 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 blah. Blah. Okay. Well, yeah, that's more than enough right now. We've gone for like an hour and a half longer. So, like, yeah. I will more than likely try to finish this up on Friday. Probably. I don't know. We'll figure that out. Maybe I'll try to do the investigation on Wednesday. That way I can just do the trial on Friday. I don't know. We'll see. Because otherwise, I want to try to just get the second game done so I can go on to some other things for a while. Let Ace Attorney sit for a bit. So, yeah. Thank y'all for coming. Hope y'all have a good rest of your day, and I'll see y'all Wednesday. Bye.